what we're going to be doing tonight is we will be going over the Jujutsu Kaisen official character guides. There's a lot of cool things, like he kind of goes over all the different characters, he goes over all the different settings and the different things, like he goes over all the curses that have shown up until this point, all the different things in the Jujutsu world and the Jujutsu high school. Something that I thought was really cool was chapter 3 was Jujutsu Kaisen chapter commentary, which for me was one of the coolest things in the world, because the chapter commentary is actually really interesting. I skimmed through a couple of them, and I thought it was really cool. What's up, Last Shikigami? Happy to see you. It covers all of the chapters from chapter 1 to chapter 64, pretty much the entire first season of the anime. Which, you know, sure, old news now, but I think why it's interesting is, like, looking at some of Gege's thoughts as he was writing and, like, drawing and, like, just going through the series, and it gives us a great way to, like, get into, like, Gege's head, right? Which I thought was really cool. Like, just, like, even, like, the first chapters are, like, so interesting to Gege's headspace and who he is as a person, and just, like, how lucky we are to have gotten Jujutsu Kaisen, because this man does not want to be doing this series. This man literally just wants to be doing so many other things besides what he's doing right now. It's actually kind of funny to me that Jujutsu Kaisen is just this man's second option. So, Yuji Itadori, the origin of Yuji's name. What's up, Levi? How we doing? Which book are you reading from? The Jujutsu Kaisen official character guide. So this is the origin of Yuji's name. His last name comes from a medicinal herb. His first name came from a random classmate of mine. I tried to make his first name seem as real as possible. Gege just for real just be drafting real life people into his fucking, into his anime. Gege said, oh, yeah? You thought you could take the last cream puff at lunch and get away with it? Oh, Yuji, I'll remember you until the day I die. And then Gege literally just made a manga that he could torture Yuji as much as fucking possible. Isn't that crazy? Upon further inspection and really thinking about that, it really is crazy the kind of things that Gege does to Itadori Yuji. And he's named after a person that he knew in real life. It seems that Sukuna talks to him while they're alone, but doesn't that disturb Itadori's sleep every night? Don't worry, Itadori could sleep easily on the asphalt of the Tomei Expressway. Wow, okay, so this is interesting. This is an interesting question when it comes to what we know now. Let's see what Gege answered, and let's see how truthful he was. Because remember, this is literally a character guide that only covers the first 64 chapters. So this is an interesting question, knowing what we know now. Itadori has a strong resistance toward curses, but what would happen if he was to eat a death painting? Good question, interviewer. One of two things. Either Sukuna would basically become a death painting himself with all of his current abilities, or the death painting's consciousness would dissipate, leaving Itadori only with its cursed power. If he were to eat it after already having Sukuna in his system, then the death painting inside Itadori would be erased by Sukuna. So Gege was completely true. He said, yeah, so I don't know what he means about Sukuna would become a death painting himself with all of his current abilities. I guess that's saying if, like, Sukuna was to eat the death painting, he would just become a death painting himself, or the cursed, I don't know, either way. Yeah, it is really cool that the death painting would dissipate, leaving Itadori only with his cursed power. It's interesting to note here, though, that's interesting that if Sukuna goes back inside of Yuji, all of the death painting's power will be erased. So that's also an interesting note as well, for the finale that we're just getting into, because there are so many different theories that are going to talk about, you know, Yuji potentially getting Sukuna back in his body or swapping with Megumi and Yuji taking Sukuna back. If Yuji does take Sukuna back, if we're going to base off of Gege not changing anything, that would mean that all the death paintings would be erased by Sukuna going back into Yuji's body, which is really interesting. What what else is in here? What else is in here that's fun about Yuji? What kind of job would Yuji have if he didn't become a Jujutsu sorcerer? Probably a firefighter or something. I could definitely see Yuji being a firefighter. That would make perfect sense. If Itadori and Todo were in the same junior high and not Jujutsu sorcerers, would they have been best friends? I think they would have come to like each other anyway. Damn, Yuji and Todo, brothers forever. Brothers in different parallel universes, no matter what. Classic Gege fashion. You have stated that you aren't particularly fond of Itadori. Is there a reason you picked a character you're not fond of as the main character? Why does Gege hate all of his fucking characters, bro? I only said that I wasn't fond of him, not that I hated him. I've been working on trying to get rid of my distaste for him. Picking him isn't the term I'd use. I would say that I'm in the middle of sculpting him to be just right. Gege said, you need more hatred. Gege's full-blown Itachi. He said, I need to break him down until he's right. Until he's ripe for the picking. Let's see if Fushiguro Megumi has anything interesting. What was Fushiguro's first mission and who was it with? He probably did some random tasks while Gojo watched. Gojo most likely bullied him. Huh. Of course. What could you imagine getting raised by Gojo? That probably would not be fun. After his parents disappeared, how did Megumi and Sumiki get by? Sumiki basically did all of the housework. Wow, real stand-up guy, Megumi. Megumi would only help her. Okay. You could still, you know, do some stuff without her, though. Come on, Megumi, stand up. It's 2024, man. It's okay to do some laundry. I got the dryer running right now. When they started getting reminders for the utility bills in their house, and before the little money that Tsumiki's mother left behind ran dry, Gojo stepped in. Well, thank God. He only has one senpai that he can sincerely respect, which is Yuta. Why isn't Inumaki included? And that's because Inumaki's too quick to get on board with Panda's or Gojo's tomfoolery. Damn, he said Inumaki's a goofball. He said I don't fuck with Inumaki. Nothing interesting about Fushiguro Megumi. Sad. We got Nobara Kugisaki's page coming up. Some of this information is stuff that has been translated and released before. It's nothing really new. I ride for that bum. Me and Yuji can change him. Yo, the copium for Megumi right now is on big time alert. Everyone's really hoping that Megumi doesn't die here. Listen, if Nobara comes back, then Megumi comes back. I think that's pretty clear. But if Nobara doesn't come back in this small segment, and that's not like a secret plan that Yuta was planning, let me tell you right now, Megumi's fucked. Of course that bum doesn't have anything interesting, he said. Because Megumi sucks. Damn, the Megumi hate is crazy. Yuta went to Africa to escape all the goofiness. Was Nobara already active as a Jujutsu sorcerer in her hometown even before enrolling in Jujutsu High? Gege says, pretty much. Her grandma is a Jujutsu sorcerer, so she acted under her. So Nobara, that's why Nobara was already, you know, kind of experienced with curses. You know, she was already kind of going on quote-unquote missions with her grandma. Which, you know, her grandma is a character that I would love to get more information on. Who the fuck is her grandma? Fucking Kugisaki Barnoa? I don't fucking know. I'm just switching shit around at that point. Her grandma's another straw doll user. We kind of already knew that. Okay. The origins of Nobara Kugisaki's name. I wanted to give her name a prickly vibe, hence nail and wild rose being in it. Okay. Oda Nobunaga. What kind of man is Nobara Kugisaki's type? Is what the question was, and it's Oda Nobunaga. What the fuck? This is Obu Nobunaga. The fuck? Who is this? A Japanese daimyo and one of the leading figures of Sengoku and Azuchi Momoyama periods. He was the Tenkabito and regarded as the first great unifier of Japan. Nobunaga was an influential figure in Japanese history and is regarded as one of the three great unifiers of Japan. Head of the very powerful Oda clan and launched a war against other daimyo to unify Japan in the 15... What, so she fucking just loves fucking... big leader type fucking crazy. I don't understand. She what would her and Naoya get along? Is this what we're saying here? She loves Naoya? Japanese warrior government official who overthrew the shogunate and ended a long period of feudal wars by unifying half of the provinces in Japan under his rule. Okay. She likes conquerors. Fair enough. Based. She's into big D energy. Yeah, I guess you could definitely say that. You could for sure say that, I guess. It's the guy from Hunter x Hunter. Oh, is that actually what it is? Hold on. Why didn't that show up? That's not his name. Nobunaga Hazama. You lied to me. They gotta have that Ishigori cut. Yes, sir. They gotta have that pompadour, baby. What is Nobara's favorite apparel or clothing brands? Balenciaga. All right, and we've moved on to Yuta Okkotsu's page. Balenciaga might have an eye patch. Yo, that'd be fire. We got Yuta Okkotsu, who's age 17 because he was held back a year. Good at making kneaded rubber erasers. That's his talent. What was everyone else's talent? Hold on. What the fuck kind of talent is that? Nobara did not have a talent. Megumi, of course, did not have a talent. His major stress is people, 90%. I mean, relatable. Yuji's talents are impersonations. Yeah, Nobara doesn't have any talents. But Yuta's talent is good at making kneaded rubber erasers. Okay, that helps literally no one ever. But, I mean, he's a prodigy in sorcery, you know, not regular talents, I guess. Not regular life. Thank God Yuta found sorcery, huh? Right? Let's be real here. So like I love like all the in-depth questions that Gege just doesn't have an in-depth answer for whatsoever. They're just like basic as shit. Like it's just, oh, like did Okkotsu's hairstyle change because of a change in his mindset after Rika was freed from her curse? He goes, no, I just changed it because it was too similar to Fushiguro's. Like what the fuck? He goes, ah shit. He goes, you know what? I did make it a little bit too similar to Fushiguro. I did make it a little bit too similar. Please tell us the origins of Okkotsu's name. I thought his last name sounded cool. His first name is pretty much how the kanji describe you. It's gloom and ta is a lot. A lot of gloom is his name. Awesome. It was said that a cursed spirit cannot be born from a sorcerer, so why was he able to transform Rika into a vengeful spirit? Ah, asking the big questions. Curses not being able to be born from a Jujutsu sorcerer is a matter of them barely ever letting their curse energy leak, so it never has a chance to accumulate. If it never accumulates, it won't produce a cursed spirit. Jujutsu sorcerers themselves can turn into curses, and regarding Rika, Okkotsu is unconsciously affixing Rika's soul with cursed energy. But due to Okkotsu's purely unconscious efforts and Rika's strong desire to stay with Okkotsu, this usually impossible glitched binding vow occurred. So he was just super fucking unlucky. Was there any reason why there are no Jujutsu sorcerers keeping an eye on the incidents Rika caused over the past 6 years? At first, she hadn't caused any major incidents, mostly ones involving close friends and family. But before the locker stuffing scene at the start of Volume 0, there was a big decisive incident which caused them to trail the source, investigate, and log it. The several Jujutsu sorcerers on the case were beaten by their target, which led to Gojo stepping in. So literally, fucking, I shit you not. I shit you fucking not. They sent like basic Jujutsu sorcerers after Yuta and Rika beat the shit out of them, which is insane. Absolutely insane. That's the only reason why Gojo even stepped in the first place. Was the reason they crushed the Kyoto school in the Goodwill event because he brought out Rika, or was it Yuta's own skills? I'd say bringing her out was less intentional and more accidental. It was rough cleaning up the aftermath. Yeah, I feel bad for anyone that has to clean up the aftermath of cursed spirits and all that shit. Like watching and reading Kaiju number 8, you get such a good idea of like characters that legitimately have to like. The main character of Kaiju number 8, it's not really a spoiler, is like literally he starts his journey as like a cleanup crew fucking person that has to clean up all the kaiju that they kill. And like, yo, when you see some of the damage and some of the shit they have to do, like it takes them a week to clean up like one kaiju. Just imagine the cursed spirit that Yuta fucking stabbed after the Shibuya incident. What does Yuta's relationship with his family currently look like? Yuta's keeping contact with his little sister. Yuta has a little sister. He's having a hard time with his parents. Damn. Yuta's parents are like, fuck you. They're like, I like to imagine Yuta lives in like the closet like Harry Potter. He literally has like Harry Potter's like aunt and uncle for parents, and they're just dipshit assholes. What's up, Venus? I wish Gege wrote this stuff into the manga. Right, so much fucking characterization here. Since Yuta is a descendant of Michizane Sugawara, are Okkotsu and his family a Jujutsu sorcerer lineage? The Okkotsu family are not Jujutsu sorcerers. Yuta being one is a sort of a case of atavism. I don't know what the fuck atavism means. That's a new word for me. Atavism. A tendency to revert to something ancient or ancestral. The more civilized a society seems to be, the more susceptible it is to its buried atavism. Recurrence of traits of an ancestor in a subsequent generation. There you go. So literally, Yuta is just built different. No one in his family was like this. Atavism is in Yu Yu Hakusho. Hey, look at that. Jesse said autism. Is Okkotsu still a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer after unraveling Rika's curse? He became a regular grade 4 sorcerer for a time. That's the reason why his uniform is black at the end of volume 0. It was white before this, so they could instantly tell he was the school's problem child. Yuta regained his rank afterwards. Was Okkotsu almost killed by Gaku-Kanji for being the vessel of Rika for reasons similar to Itadori? So we're asking the big questions. Did the higher-ups and Gaku-Kanji try to pull some secret plot bullshit like they did with Yuji during the exchange event? And Gege answers, at the time, no, not yet. Rika, unlike Sukuna, had a lot of unknown elements surrounding her. So the old man was probably playing more of a wait-and-see approach than it was with Itadori, which is, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, Yuta, I guess makes the most sense because Yuta really was, like, a very interesting case of, like, never really, like, happening that often, right? Like, Yuta was just like, wow, we turned this girl into a curse. That's wild. We've never seen that before. Whereas Yuji was like, oh shit, he's literally become a fucking curse from 1,000 years ago that we weren't able to beat. We should probably handle that. Inumaki's hobbies are YouTube. I would love to watch Inumaki's YouTube channel. That'd be wild. Imagine getting cursed by Inumaki through YouTube, through a YouTube video. You wear different clothing if you have something troubling about you, like red for Yuji and white for, red for Yuji and white for Yuta. Guess who else of the students wears white? Who else wears white? I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. Oh, Wee Wee, true, Wee Wee. Wee Wee and the Soul Swap are huge MVPs, so it wouldn't surprise me if Wee Wee found a way to be special grade later in life or something like that. We hit Inumaki's page after this. We kind of talked a little bit about the interesting aspects of the Inumaki clan and how they're outlaws. That's a crazy development to learn. We've got Maki Zenin coming up here. Her talent is crushing empty cans, which, you know what? Good for you, girl. I like to imagine Maki's like the fucking, she just fucking crushes it against her forehead. Heavenly restriction comes in handy in those instances, I imagine. Anything interesting in Maki's case? I love like these small things because we know what happens later in the story. It's so much interesting. Toji has been called Maki but fully realized. But can Maki also match Toji's class of physical giftedness? Gege says yes. Her approach has been to make up for average curse energy with powerful physical gifts. In the face of Toji, it will become what kind of sacrifices she'll have to make instead. And as we know, what happens. She had to sacrifice Maki to become her true self. Let's see. All right. That's all Maki has to give for right now. I'm sure Maki would get a much larger section in a second data book or something like that. Let's see. We've got Panda coming in. What's Panda's hobbies? Collecting Panda merch. I just like to imagine Panda's entire room is literally filled with just fucking, just pandas. Just full-on pandas. Here's the little panda. Me panda. Me no speak English. Why doesn't anyone give Panda a real name? Gege says because there's only one panda in Jujutsu High. If there was a second panda, maybe we'd have to start giving them real human names, but not this panda. Do pandas' hands work on touch panels? On things like smartphones? Damn, could you imagine having the furry panda hands and not being able to like touch anything? That would kind of suck. That would indeed kind of suck now that I think about it. Although technically a cursed corpse, does Panda receive a stipend as a Jujutsu sorcerer? He does, but it gets transferred into Yaga's bank account, and then Yaga then pays him an allowance afterwards. Damn, Panda doesn't even have his own bank account. That's wild. That's wild. That you wouldn't... Panda is... You want to say Panda's not a panda. Panda's the same as you and me. Absolutely not. Panda can't even be trusted to make his own decisions. Panda's like Britney Spears in the conservatorship. Let's see. Panda seems to understand his big brother and sister's personalities, but how exactly do they interact with each other? Gege says they don't really have any form of communication with each other. Maybe soon, though. Oh, rest in fucking peace to the fucking Panda Corps, brother and sister. That's the saddest scene that happened right before Hakari's match with, Kashimo. I'd love if Gege did something like Sukuna liking hot Cheetos. Maybe. Ah, we come upon Hakari's page. Mr. Hakari, Mr. Hakari. Look at Hakari and how he used to look compared to how he looks now. He looks a little old. Was he held back? Nope. Please tell us Hakari's full name and also what is the origin. Kinji Hakari. Money next scales because he's a gambler. Is he the only third year? I'm thinking there's two at this point. It might change. And as we know, we only got 2 third years. We got Kirara Hoshi and Hakari Kinji. Please tell us any information you can disclose. And this is how we found out. Bro, that is not Hakari, Jesse says. Please tell us any information you can disclose about Hakari. And this is where the, revolutionary information came out about how Hakari got suspended, which is he relocated to Kyoto during the night parade of 100 demons in Volume 0. He got into fights with the conservatives at the school, beat them up, and then got suspended. Damn, R.I.P. Hakari. We've got Arata Nita showing up, who is, of course, Nita's younger brother, the auxiliary manager. Not that I'm really too interested in her, but... or in him, I'm sorry. His talent is secretary work. Yeah, he looks like a secretary. Let's see. Really nothing interesting. Really nothing interesting about Arata Nita. What a bum. What a freaking bum. Hey, we got Mai Zenin coming up. Explain the origins of Mai Zenin's name. Just what the kanji in her name mean. True and depend. It contrasts with Maki's true and rare. Interesting. So it literally is just true, depend, and like depends like the adult diaper. Did I skip Gojo's page? No, Gojo's page did not happen. I wouldn't do that to you, Jesse. I know you wanna hear Gojo's page. She says that she can't make full-on walls with curse technique construction, but what can Mai make? She can make a fucking eraser at best. A bullet a day is all she can do. What are Yorozu light? Like, we have Yorozu at home. Thank God Gege was like, I can make Jujutsu Kaisen, or I can make construction such a better fucking ability if I just give it to somebody else. Thank God he didn't waste this on Mai, because that's crazy. What kind of pistol does she use? Her usual one is probably the same kind Ryo Seiba from City Hunter uses. I want to make her use a sniper rifle sometime soon. And he did accomplish that, right? That was her last thing she literally did in the story before she ultimately died. What's this guy's name? Let's look him up. Ryo Seiba from City Hunter. Oh, this guy over here. Okay. This is Mai's gun, people. This is Mai's gun. Really makes you think what would have happened if Maki died instead. That's a really good video idea, honestly. What would happen if Maki died and Mai just became a special grade, like boundless cursed energy construction type like Yorozu? That'd be pretty wild. That would be pretty wild. Does she usually have beautiful skin with no visible pores? I don't think that her pores really were at all visible back then. Nobara just verbally owned her. That's when Mai and Nobara were like talking shit with each other when Todo and Megumi were fighting, and Nobara was like, "Oh, your pores are visible." What a fucking lowbrow fucking. Is Mai popular with the boys? Sure, it would be nice if she had an episode where she said yes to someone who confessed to her only to dump him the very next day. She probably would have been popular if she weren't in Jujutsu High. Huh. Yeah, Mai, you know what? Mai strikes me as someone who has the perfect personality to fit into the cliquey, you know, Mean Girls crew. You know what I mean? Like, Mai strikes me as a mean girl. You know what I mean? Maybe not the leader of the Mean Girl crew, but definitely one of the Mean Girls for sure. Up next is everyone's favorite Miwa Kasumi. Her talent is saving money. Wow, that, you know, and that's a very important talent, honestly. Very important talent for sure. Please tell us the details behind Kasumi Miwa's conception. I wanted someone who was normal and liked trendy things. Why was she scouted by a Jujutsu sorcerer? Her hair and the fact that she can see curses. I think it's so interesting that it's like such a weird thing and such a you know, a brushed over plot point in Jujutsu Kaisen, which was the colored hair thing, right? Like He says here that Miwa was scouted because of her hair color. And we also have that small little scene of people, of Miwa mentioning how her mother would always dye her hair black. Like, such an interesting plot point. Oh, I always thought that Miwa would have some kind of connection to Kashimo, but has she been able to interpret Mechamaru's feelings even a little bit? Kinda doubtful. Speaking of Mechamaru, Kokichi Muta is up. Hobbies. Group activities as Mechamaru. I was gonna say, I love that it's specified. Stress all of the time. Yeah, he lives in constant... Kokichi Muta literally is the I live with glass bones and paper skin guy from SpongeBob, but just given true form. Just tell us the origins of Mechamaru's name. As the kanji says, Kokichi Muta literally verbatim translates to given bad luck. Isn't that fucking insane to me? That's crazy. Kokichi Muta's name is literally given bad luck. Wild. Todo needed a Mechamaru hand. True, Royal Tano. Please tell us the details behind Kokichi Muta's creation. I wanted a giant robot later in the story. At least he's honest. Asking the important questions. Who took care of Mechamaru's daily needs? All of the Mechamaru puppets. Damn. Imagine having to wipe your own ass with puppet manipulation. That's wild. That's unfortunate. We've got bum-ass Kamo Noritoshi, of course. His hobbies are studying. Nerd. Fucking nerd. Please tell us the origins of his name. I wanted something that sounded traditional, that felt traditional exorcisty. Oh, yep, and he was so embarrassed that he gave such a good name to this bum ass of a character, he fucking made another character that was named Noritoshi Kamo just cuz. What's up, Sky Dragon? How we doing? Nerds are cool. You're right, China Doll. That was mean. I'll take it back. As the head of the Kamo family, is there really any need for Noritoshi to attend Jujutsu High? Members of the big three families normally don't need to attend Jujutsu High. Since Noritoshi is disciplined and stoical, he wants his skills to be recognized not only by the big three families, but by the Jujutsu High organization as a whole. Also, he's trying to please his mother. That's why he left home to attend Jujutsu High. So he's trying to play real politics and be like, hey, I'm cool, not just because I'm a Nepo baby, but I'm cool because I'm really smart. And I keep my eyes closed like Brock from Pokemon. Who cares about Kamo? He sucks. So true. No worries. There's no such thing as being late, #1 fan. Thank you so much. Hope they won the game. All right, and now we're on to Best Brother Todo. Best Brother Todo. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Please tell us the origin of his name. I wanted something to juxtapose his macho-ness, and it has a nice ring to it. Aoi Todo, the man, the myth, the legend himself, brother. Nothing you can do about that, that's for sure. He's my version of Kenpachi Zaraki. Please tell us more about creating his character. Yeah, he's my version of Kenpachi Zaraki, since I felt Gojo didn't give off enough Kenpachi Zaraki vibes as an overpowered character. Absolutely wild. Page 37, China Doll. What would a Todo domain even look like? Yeah, I really have no idea what the hell Boogie Woogie would be able to look like as a visualized innate technique inside of a domain. It is kind of crazy. But yeah, I love that Todo is literally just Gege's Kenpachi. Is Yuki Tsukumo Todo's type of girl since she's so tall? Gege says, more like his preference was born from Yuki Tsukumo. Yuki was Todo's awakening. That's so funny. You want this, but this man is nothing like Kenpachi. Don't be mean to fucking Todo like that. Stop. Todo is for sure Kenpachi-esque, okay? He's close enough. How did Todo get enrolled in Jujutsu High? He was enrolled on Tsukumo's recommendation. How and when did he get the scar on his face? A result of Yuki Tsukumo's reckless and grueling training. Does anyone know about the particulars of Todo's curse technique aside from Itadori and Mahito? His teacher, Yuki Tsukumo, and probably others as well. Does Takeda recognize him as a fan? She does. That's crazy. Takeda sees Todo so often that she recognizes him. I love that. What kind of fan is Todo at her live events? Like a boyfriend, with his arms folded, watching from backstage. I like to imagine Todo's just, that's my girl. Yep. She killed that fucking note. She killed it. Of course she would, because she's her. Like, fucking Todo, man. Todo is meticulous about his appearance. He makes sure he's well groomed and has deodorant. He showered before the meet and greet event in Volume 2. Todo always smells nice, which infuriates the girls at Kyoto school. Todo wants to marry Takeda-chan right now, so he's not a fan of the rule that bars idols from dating. Todo said, I want to wife you up immediately. I know I'm committing to you. I want to commit to you right now. Want to commit to you right now. I already know who I want to marry. We've got the queen, Momo Nishimiya. Momo is the queen. Momo is the queen. Her stress is Todo specifically. Does she come from a line of Jujutsu sorcerers? Her American father is a Jujutsu sorcerer, which is a very rare case. So Momo is half American, half Japanese. And she also comes from a Jujutsu sorcerer who is an American. So that's pretty crazy. Momo's dad is an American sorcerer. Wow. That's really the only thing that's interesting about Momo, I won't lie to you. Which is cool. It's always cool to have you know, foreign sorcerers. You wouldn't know that, you know, Momo's dad was an American sorcerer. And as Jesse finally wanted, we have Gojo Satoru, the man, the myth, the legend himself. We finally have his page coming up, and I'm sure he's got multiple pages. Oh, he's got multiple pages. His hobbies and talents are none because he can pretty much do anything. He dislikes alcohol. And his stress is dealing with the higher ups. Please tell us the details about the character's creation. I made Gojo because I wanted a clear ceiling for the other characters, and boy oh boy did you succeed in that. In his student days, Gojo said it's such a pain looking out for the weak. But what are his opinions about that nowadays? Gojo says, I'd say it can still be a pain even now. Which is crazy. At what point in front of the Star Religious Group, Gojo said, at one point in front of the Star Religious Group, Gojo said, do you want to kill them all? But me right now probably wouldn't even feel anything. But does he not seem that way now because he's grown? Not sure if you'd call that growth, but at the time, Gojo was using Geto's judgment as a guide for right and wrong. Did Gojo lose control of himself after Geto became a curse user? I think he kept pretty stable after all of that. Which he clearly did, he grew. Are the members of Gojo's family alive and well? Gege answers, maybe. How many hours does Gojo sleep? Gojo doesn't really sleep much at all. He seems to be aware that he's handsome. Does Gojo not want a girlfriend? Gege says, I just can't imagine Gojo being faithful to any one girl. Damn, Gojo's got commitment issues. Gojo's a serial cheater on the loose. That's wild. Gojo said, I'm sorry, baby. You can't be the only one for me. Jesse said, because Gojo is gay. He uses women as a coping mechanism. That's why. Gojo normally wears an eye mask. Can he even see with that on? To explain six eyes in broad strokes, they are eyes that see curse energy with unreal amounts of detail. Even blindfolded, he's able to see, almost as if he's using high-resolution thermography. He can even visually confirm things with no curse energy, such as buildings, by way of the vestiges and flow of sources of other cursed energy. In fact, if he doesn't blindfold himself, even if he does have a fresh brain with a constant reverse curse technique running, he'll start to feel a little tired. If a normal person wore Gojo's sunglasses, they'd be so dark that they couldn't see a thing. So Gojo essentially is able to keep unlimited stamina, at least until he takes his blindfold off. Once Gojo takes his blindfold off and he's taking things seriously, he does kind of go on a like a countdown. He starts losing energy. Why would he go on dates with women if he wasn't interested in them? I don't know. I just thought it was funny. I'm not one of the people that says Gojo's either here nor there. It really doesn't matter to me. I just thought that was funny. Why did he teach Itadori how to beat a Shikigami user? Sukuna also told him a little something, but it was because there are a lot of Shikigami users around. I like the idea that Sukuna just like casually leaks information to Yuji to his benefit every now and then. Sukuna's like, hey brat, do this. And then we move on to Gaku-Kanji. Gaku-Kanji's stress is also Gojo. Let's see. Please tell us about Gaku-Kanji's character design. He's what you get when you're torn between Chairman Netero and Captain Commander Yamamoto from Bleach. I love that. That's so funny. Literally just a combination of Netero and Yamamoto, and that's how we got fucking Gaku-Kanji. Why did he try to kill Itadori at the Goodwill event? That's, who cares? How is his relationship with the three big families? The conservatives are on friendly terms with the Combo family. You said he's looking for a drummer, but what about the other band members? They're all dead. Damn, that is wild. That's fucking insane. Gaku-Kanji has a band and had a band and all his band members are dead. That's where all of his negative energy comes from. That would have been crazy though, if you want to amp Gaku-Kanji and turn him into a boss-ass sorcerer, give him the ability to conjure his fucking bandmates. That would be fucking crazy. Masamichi Yaga. He's known Gojo since their days as students, but do they have a healthy relationship? Gege says it's healthy. He's one of Gojo's closest confidants. That's cute that Gojo and Masamichi Yaga are close. He loves his teacher. In Gojo's past arc, he wasn't wearing sunglasses. What made him start wearing them? He became principal. Masamichi said, I need to be respected. I need to look cool. Fair. Very fair. Can't even be mad. One of the few people who was able to discipline him. Yeah, literally. We got Kusakabe Atsuya coming up as the next character. Stress is missions in general, and his talent is fishing. Well, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice, Kusakabe? Are lollipops Kusakabe's favorite food? No, it's because he's quit smoking. Damn, Kusakabe's an old smoker just getting over smoking cigarettes. Would have never known that. Look at that, Kusakabe. Going through the struggle. Good for you, man. Did Kusakabe, being as conservative as he is, have any opposition to being in charge of Okkotsu, the resident problem child? Because, you know, Kusakabe is the second-year teacher. Gojo is the first. Kusakabe's less conservative than he just plain doesn't want to be bothered by things. So he does it with the mindset, if I can teach blank, which has no risk to my life, and get paid, then that's the easier option. Somebody said, yeah, Sukuna, too fucking much. But if I can teach Yuta and have everything go smoothly, then fuck it, I will. And that's all that's really interesting about Kusakabe. Him being so irritated by everything would make sense if he only recently quit smoking. Exactly. We got Utahime coming up, and of course her stress is Gojo. Her hobbies and talents are watching sports and karaoke. Karaoke makes sense. Is she a good singer? She is. It's very much tied to her curse technique, which we know is literally just a fucking dance. It's not even a singing ability, but I digress. Maybe she can hum and sing and chant, and that adds to it. When did Utahime start getting teased by Gojo? It was, you should respect your senpai Utahime versus who gives a shit Gojo. The rest was pretty much automatic, which is fair. Just two characters that literally would never fucking, you know, would never get along. They just completely, you know, diametrically oppose each other. She's friends with Shoko, who she wants desperately to quit smoking. Speaking of Shoko, we have the queen right here. Great little, you know, nice little artwork of Shoko with the ponytail going on as opposed to having her hair long. Great look. Her stress is night shifts, which understandable. Please tell us the details behind her character creation and a particular about her character design. Gege says, I like Dr. House, so her names come from her name comes from there. Her design is sort of like a mix of Okkotsu and Rika. That's funny. What does she think about Geto after becoming a curse user? Shoko thinks, man, he's an idiot. Hasn't changed at all from hidden inventory, that's for sure. You said that she quit smoking 5 years ago, but does that mean she drinks more? I wonder if Shoko and Kusakabe quit together. I like to think they made that decision together to quit smoking, and they keep each other, you know, they keep each other honest. However, she does drink a lot even before she quit smoking. Shoko's a very heavy drinker, a real boozer, as Gege says. Does she support Gojo more than the higher-ups? I'd say Shoko's pretty non-political. She just sides a little more with whoever she's closer with. Shoko's a real woman, you know, she ain't got time for all that shit. She goes to work, clocks in 9 to 5, goes home, and fucking chills on the couch like the rest of everybody, you know? After graduating Jujutsu High, she cheated and acquired her doctor's license in 2 years. But how did she cheat exactly? Shoko took the state exam fair and square, but she forged her eligibility to be taking the exam. Damn, Shoko's just fucking wild. Outlaw doctor Shoko over here. Is Shoko's only technique the reverse curse technique? Ah, the confirmation. Yes, the only ones who can output the reverse curse technique, create positive energy to heal, are currently Shoko, Okkotsu, and Sukuna. And that hasn't changed at all. It's still only those 3 that can actually output reverse curse technique, which is wild. Shoko didn't have bags under her eyes in Gojo's past arc, so has she been really having a hard time over the past few years? He says she's been really busy, but because she usually gets people with outrageous injuries just brought to her doorstep. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty fucking annoying. So she's actually smart. Yes, ma'am. Kiyotaka Ijitsu, the god of Jujutsu. The real pinnacle. And of course, Stress Gojo. Everyone's fucking Stress is Gojo. His talent is Microsoft Excel. I love that. Please tell us the origins for his name. I suggest you Google Asian Kung Fu Generation Drums. The man himself has already found out anyway. Oh, we love that. Okay. We love that. We will do that. Asian Kung Fu Generation Drums. Kiyoshi Ichichi, wow. I was expecting him to kind of look like Ichichi, but I don't see the resemblance, unfortunately. There isn't a resemblance at all, sadly. Doesn't look like him at all, but listen. Literally named him after the drummer. That's funny. It's annoying when people talk ish about her cheating. They take everything out of context. Yeah, 100% true. I honestly didn't even know that she cheated to get, she quote unquote cheated to get her doctor's license. I didn't even know about that. Please tell us the details behind Kiyotaka Ijichi's creation. I wanted a stand-up guy in the story. Fair. If Kiyotaka Ijichi was forced to fight, what grade of curse spirit would he be able to exercise? Grade 3 if he really tried. Okay, so he's literally a grade, so Kiyotaka Ijichi's a grade 2, semi-grade 2 sorcerer. Semi-grade 2 sorcerer. Would love to know what his ability was, or if he was just a curse energy merchant. Jesus said trash. Listen. It's Ijichi. You got Akari Nita. Who the fuck cares about Akari Nita? That's the older sister of the Jamoke we talked about before. As an assistant manager, is she a high achiever? She's relatively new. The best is yet to come. Nothing fucking came. What influences her to speak in her rather coarse tone? She's trying to be casual and courteous while stifling her Kansai accent. She's an ex-delinquent. That's so funny. So, like, Akari Nita used to be a delinquent. That's so funny. And then up next, we've got the old geezer himself. We've got Naobito Zenin coming up. Stress. The Gojo family in general. Everyone's fucking stress is Gojo. His hobbies and talents are anime. Okay, based. Although supposedly living in Kyoto, why has Naobito come all the way up to Tokyo to fight in the Shibuya incident? Special grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers are sorcerers unaffiliated with Jujutsu High, who are considered to be the equivalent to a grade 1. So he comes to Tokyo every once in a while to help out. He's also paid quite well. Why doesn't he help even with emergencies during the Shibuya incident? Because Naobito's on bad terms with the Gojo family and he doesn't really care about civilians. Damn, that's wild. That's wild. Which also, I'm glad that we finally get like full confirmation that special grade 1 or supreme grade 1 is not like a higher grade level than grade 1. I've been trying to say this since the very beginning of time, and there's so many people that will fight me and argue with me that like special grade 1 is like a tier above grade 1, and it's like, no, it literally is the same thing as grade 1. They're just not affiliated with the school. Which is why I much prefer the term supreme grade 1, or you probably could have just fucking named it anything different. But yeah. How did Naobito become head of the Zenin family? By being strong as a Jujutsu sorcerer, pure and simple. Toji was also considerable in terms of sheer strength, but he couldn't fight humans without curse tools. The GOAT. We're on to Nanami Kento, the man, the myth, the legend himself. We fucking love us some Nanami. Let's see. His hobbies and talents are alcohol and cooking. His stress is overtime. Please tell us about the details behind creating Nanami. Did you model him after anyone specifically? I made Nanami from the characteristics of corporate dropouts in general. No real model. At first, I envisioned Nanami as an antagonist. Damn, Nanami was gonna be a villain first? That's crazy. Nanami was gonna be a villain. I feel like I heard that somewhere. He was gonna be like a curse user that had become disillusioned with like job and career life. And then he just became a Jujutsu sorcerer instead, which honestly I prefer that. The Nanami we got now is peak. What did you decide on first? Nanami's name or his curse technique? Probably both at the same time. He was a character I had in line since way back in the early stages. Who did he hit four? I don't know why I can't read. Who did he hit 4 black flashes on? Several grade 1 curse spears during the night parade of 100 demons in Kyoto, which honestly Gege ended up retconning, or maybe it was just the animators in general. He hit them all on like all on one big curse spirit, right? Does Nanami have any desire to get married? Probably not while he's an active Jujutsu sorcerer. Damn, Nanami goes about the I'm not going to hurt a family by living a dangerous lifestyle and trying to maintain a family in that same aspect, which, you know what? Respectable. I completely understand that, Nanami. That's a very reasonable, you know, you know, aspect on life to have. I don't even blame you for that. Nanami has a Danish grandfather. Interesting. Why did you make it so that Nanami has a Danish grandfather? Because the Danish give the impression that their social welfare is very, very solid, and Nanami himself is solid. Akutami has never been has never been overseas. That's so funny. What does Nanami think of Geto after becoming a curse user? Nanami can't really find it in himself to blame Geto. Damn, Nanami's like, you know what, bro? I understand. He's like, you know what, bro? I probably would defect too. Let's see. When did you decide? Here's a big one. When did you decide Nanami would die in the Shibuya incident? When I thought of doing the Shibuya incident, honestly speaking, I like Nanami as a character, and he's easy to write for. But this was the only place for him in terms of his role in the story and his actions. Damn. Man said, can't see Nanami fitting anywhere else into the story. He's got to go. As much as I love Nanami as a character, he's got to get taken the fuck out. This is the only place that it makes sense for him to get killed. Which is reasonable. At least, again, at least Gege's willing to make those tough decisions instead of keeping characters around for no reason. Sometimes, not all the time, to be clear. We got Ino Takumo coming next. His stress is none. Good for him. Good place to be. His hobbies and talents are drinking parties. Yet Ino strikes me as someone that probably hangs out at clubs, has a lot of friends. Please tell us the details behind Ino's creation. I wanted someone with big Kohai energy. Yeah, and you would definitely accomplish that. Takuma is not weak. With Gojo around, you start to lose perspective, but most great sorcerers are grade 1 or 2. That's, you gotta fight for Ino here. You gotta fight for Ino here for sure, because I love that Gege is like, hey, look, you got characters like Gojo or Sukuna that completely break the power scaling, but let's be real here, like just the fact that Ino was potentially almost able to reach grade 1, or probably would have been a grade 1 if Nanami would just, you know, give him that approval. Ino probably is considered in all grand scheme a decent sorcerer. So I like that. I like that Shiesty sorcerer glow up. Big Kohai is like, I wish I could describe Kohai. I know what Kohai is, but I can't explain it to you. I have to look it up. I have to Google it. It's like Big Brother, or like a junior member of a group in Japanese arts, a mentee, you know, your underclassman or your younger student. So he just gives very, like, the best way I can describe it, big little bro energy, which Ino definitely, definitely exudes. Ino is for sure little bro energy. Even though he's older than everyone else and still little bro. He really respects Nanami after having accompanied him on a mission, and he hopes that he'll get Nanami's watch as a hand-me-down one day. Damn, I hope they gave Ino his watch when he died. Up next, we got Mei Mei, the goddess herself. Her stress is taxes, something that completely makes full-on sense. She probably hates taxes when they come up every year. When did Mei Mei go freelance? Right after she graduated Jujutsu High. And also, I think that's very clear. Like, I think a lot of people don't really recognize that, is that Mei Mei is literally just a mercenary for hire. Like, Mei Mei is not affiliated with Jujutsu High whatsoever. They just pay her enough to basically be on their side for everything. Is that Mei Mei's real name? It's not. It's just an alias. So I imagine Wee Wee's name is not also, is literally not also their real name. Damn, it's literally just a code name. Mei Mei is a rare case of a Jujutsu sorcerer who works independently. She doesn't have an issue with getting money from Gojo, plus she makes up the stuff she does for work anyway. I just imagine Mei Mei just be hanging out with people, like high-end people, luxury drinks and shit, and people are like, what do you do for work? And she goes, oh, you know, stockbroker or some shit. Has she ever aimed her bird strike at Gojo before? And Mei Mei did so after the Toji fight as an experiment at Gojo's request. So Gojo literally was like, hey, yo, hit me with that bird strike shit. I want to see if it kills me. Do you feel like Mei Mei is a good mentor for Todo? If she's maxed out her physical capabilities, her training Todo to be even more of a beast would be cool. They seem to respect each other. Yeah, I think there's a reason that Mei Mei and Todo are always shown together. Like Mei Mei, I feel like is a great mentor for Todo, or just a great older figure for Todo to follow as well. There's a reason why Mei Mei and Todo get along better than most other people, right? Oh, speaking of Wee Wee, we've got Mr. Wee Wee himself coming up next. Stress not being able to be with his sister. Oh boy, oh boy. It doesn't even give Wee Wee's curse technique on this page, trying to keep it secret from me, but we know now. Is Mei Mei's real little brother? Is Mei Mei his only sibling? Wee Wee is Mei Mei's real little brother. There are no other siblings. Damn, you could have beat those allegations right here and there, Gege, but nope, you chose to double down. Here's something interesting. Wee Wee's Jujutsu sorcery usage seems to need approval from Mei Mei. Is there a reason his Jujutsu sorcery is limited? There is a binding vow invoked. Wee Wee wishes to be his sister's property. So despite all of the insane ramifications that should come from that statement alone, this implies that Wee Wee, that makes sense why Wee Wee is literally only able to work under Mei Mei's approval. Like there's literally a binding vow involved where Wee Wee literally cannot use his abilities without Mei Mei's approval. Is Wee Wee very physically gifted as well as if he's seen able to carry that axe? Also, are there many Jujutsu sorcerers in his age group? Wee Wee is a Jujutsu sorcerer, so it's easy for him to handle carrying an axe. However, I don't think there are many in his age group. Okay, so Wee Wee's a wonderkin. There are no allegations, just facts. We got Yuki Tsukumo herself. Young Todo's awakening herself. Stress missions. Yuki, we know you don't do no work. You don't gotta fool us. We know you don't do no fucking work. Despite not taking requests and bopping around overseas, why hasn't she been fired from Jujutsu High? Because Yuki's a special grade. I do imagine they put a hold on her salary though. They're like, hey, you no work, no pay. At least it's not like they're forced to pay her just because she reached special grade. Mei Mei and Drake would be best friends. That's wild. Was it a coincidence that she met Todo when he was in 3rd grade, or did she scout him out to meet him? Just dumb luck that she met him. Damn, that's all there is on Yuki. Okay. And then we've got Yu Heibara. Character that only shows up in hidden inventory. If Yu Heibara were still alive, how would he react to Geto breaking Jujutsu regulations? Quote unquote, Yu Heibara would say, "That's bananas." That bum got a page? Yes, surprisingly, he did get a page. Dun dun dun. Did he get along with Nanami? Were they the only two in that same grade? They did get along. They were the only two, and later on, it was just Nanami by himself. Damn, that's super sad to think about. That's super sad to think about that Nanami was like fucking in his grade by himself. Imagine going to school by yourself. That fucking sucks. How old is Wee Wee? It does not give an age for Wee Wee, sadly. Gege was smart enough to leave out that much. All right, and we have entered the villain section of the character Q&A. So we are on to Suguru Geto. Geto's skills and hobbies consist of martial arts, and his stress is taking in cursed spirits. Please tell us the details beyond Geto's creation. I wanted a guy with biased ideals. I mean, you for sure accomplished that, Gege. Please tell us the origins of his name. Geto Kogen Ski Resort. Damn, imagine being the ski resort that you have a genocidal fucking maniac named after. That sucks for that ski resort. I feel bad. I hope he sent them like an apology fucking gift basket or something. Sorry I named a fucking racist fucking asshole after your ski resort. Here we go. Here's an interesting one that actually compares Geto to 10 Shadows a little bit. Can curse spirit manipulation rearrange or combine curse spirits? It can, but there's no point to it since strong curse spirits that use curse techniques are a lot harder to deal with. It's stronger to use their numbers to overwhelm. That is maximum Uzumaki. Uzumaki actually has a side effect that gets unlocked when using it, but that will come up soon. Which, as we know, maximum Uzumaki's side effect is when you use it again on a curse spirit, semi-grade 1 or higher, you can actually extract their curse technique and steal it. What mic and camera am I working with? I'm literally working with an Alluratech webcam right now. I hope to buy a nice DSLR camera soon to start making some more involved and engaging videos for the future. And right now I'm using an Elgato Wave 3 microphone. Let's see. Did he eat crepes with Mimiko and Nanako on Takashita Street, which is where they wanted to go after Geto literally declared war on Jujutsu High, which is wild to think that they literally declared war and then went out for fucking food afterwards for fucking treats and dessert. Gotta get a Blue Yeti. I had a Blue Yeti, and no thank you. Elgato Wave 3 is where it's at. Much better microphone than the Blue Yeti, in my opinion. HyperX Quadcast, I've heard, is pretty good. Haven't heard bad things about it. Good starter mic, for sure. Yeah, so did he eat the crepes with Mimiko and Nanako? He ate as much as Mimiko and Nanako recommended to him. After breaking away from Jujutsu High, Geto made sure his food, clothing, and shelter had as little to do with non-Jujutsu sorcerers as possible. However, he doesn't demand that out of the rest of his family. Geto is like insane racism. Like racism to such a high degree that he's like, I don't want to fucking even associate myself with those fucking with those swine, those non-Jujutsu monkeys, which is crazy. That is next level racism, that he's like, I want to literally have as little to do with non-Jujutsu sorcerers as possible. What a dick. Gojo seems to be popular with the ladies. What about Geto? Geto is actually the more popular one. which we have seen in real time. We have seen that in real time. That is canon to real life. Does he know every single one of the spirits that he takes in? He does. I imagine it's kind of like a Hohenheim from Full Metal Alchemist situation where he like gets to know every cursed spirit. Does calling non-Jujutsu sorcerers monkeys come from Toji Fushiguro's line? A monkey like me who can't use Jujutsu? It does. Only Geto was sleeping at the time, so it was a case of sleep learning. Geto sleep learned his racial slur. We already know this. After Toji Fushiguro died, what did the cursed spirit that can store his weapons say? It said, "Mommy," after finding Geto. Did his personality change between his days at Jujutsu High and the night parade of 100 demons? Considerably. Ever since then, he kept repeating to himself, "I hate non-Jujutsu sorcerers." Damn, racism will change a motherfucker. Let that be a full-on lesson to you. Let that be a full-on lesson from you. Excuse me. Scarling McHale, thank you for the 5. I appreciate the love and support. What technique could Geto steal from the potential apparition Tamamo no Mei? Well, she was a special grade, right? So I think it's interesting because Geto did specifically separate that cursed spirit from the Uzumaki. The Uzumaki was made of every living being except Tamamo no Mei, which was fired or charged into the fray on its own. So it's possible that they didn't get anything, unfortunately. When Pseudo Geto's arm moved on its own during the Shibuya incident, how much of Geto's will was left in his body? Not much. That was sort of like a dragonfly still moving with its head ripped off. Yep, we got confirmation that, you know, the Geto is not gonna retake control of Kenjaku's body. That was literally just like a dead reaction, a surprise reaction that happened upon Gojo, you know, just fucking touching Geto's soul for a moment. But as we know, if Kenjaku truly is dead, Geto's definitely not coming back. Speaking of Kenjaku, we have Kenjaku's page literally right after this. Tamamo no Mei is the nine-tailed fox. I hope we get to explore what her ability was and also if Kenjaku combined any special grade curses. True. That's a really good point. I didn't know that Tamamo no Mei was related to the nine-tailed fox. I had no idea. Let's see. Why won't the scars on Kenjaku's forehead heal? It's a binding vow. As you may have guessed, he can already use reverse curse technique. So the scars and the stitches don't heal on purpose. It's a binding vow to basically probably like, and so like because the brain can be removed, the possession is that much stronger, you know? After Geto died, how could he have escaped being taken over by Kenjaku? Gojo would have had to cremate him on the spot. Damn, on the spot, he said. Is the brain inside of his head the main body? The brain is the part of the physical form of the curse user who's taking over Geto's body, which is why it's visible to normal people. He has a curse technique to move between bodies, so he's sort of like Orochimaru. Naruto reference there. He has two curse techniques, his own and the curse technique that belong to the body he inhabits. When he moves to another body, the former curse technique goes away, so he takes a lot of necessary precautions. Except we know that that's not true to a certain degree because Kenjaku does indeed have anti-reversal from Kaori Itadori, which means, again, like Yuki kind of surmises, he has the stock exchange of having three curse techniques and then it kind of gets overwritten once he moves. So there was a curse technique he probably had before Kaori that he lost moving to curse spirit manipulation. Do the cursed spirits know that Kenjaku has taken over Geto's body? They don't know. They think he's simply a cursed user with vast amounts of knowledge. Choso, however, might know a little, ... but that's a story for another day. Oh, cheeky Gege. Could he place Jogo, Hanami, or even Mahito under control of his curse spirit manipulation if he wanted? In a one-on-one fight, sure he could, but I think Jogo and Mahito would give Kenjaku a pretty tough time. Interesting. Why didn't Choso hate Kenjaku? Dude was in limbo for 150 years because of Kenjaku. Choso did hate Kenjaku. Choso fucking couldn't stand Kenjaku. Choso wanted to kill Kenjaku with all of his fucking soul. Love the Jogo wank here that Jogo would have given Kenjaku a tough time. Love that. Here we go. Here we go. Here's good confirmation here. Here's a question that a lot of people have asked before. Has Kenjaku ever thought of possessing Gojo or Toji Fushiguro? Kenjaku can't take over Gojo. He can't easily kill him. He very well could have taken over Toji, but there was the fear that Toji's heavenly restriction and his own curse technique would collide and cause things to glitch out if he initiated a swap. Therefore, there wouldn't be much point in possessing either of them. So potentially Toji's heavenly restriction and Maki's heavenly restriction prevent the brain hopping, and Gojo's too strong, which we know. And again, I also theorized that Kenjaku just can't take over the Six Eyes, because if Kenjaku could have taken over the Six Eyes as a baby, and Kenjaku instead chose to just fucking kill Gojo, the Six Eyes baby, and as opposed to, you know, taking over the baby and being raised as the Six Eyes user, that'd be pretty based and a pretty good way to take care of all your problems, in my opinion. So there's clearly a reason why Kenjaku wasn't able to take over a Six Eyes user. We've got Nanako and fucking Mimiko, you know, the most important characters in the series, as of course, and then we have Miguel on the next page. Nanako and Mimiko's last name is Hasaba. Oh, that's cool. See, we didn't even know that. So now we have a last name for them. Nanako and Mimiko Hasaba. Have they been raised by Geto since the day he saved them? Yes, Papa Geto. They are confirmed twins. One's the type otaku love, and the other is the type otaku avoid. That's funny. One is so I'm going to imagine the emo looking one is the one that otaku love, and the other one, the more, you know, the more mean girl looking one is the one that the otaku avoid. Did your opinion on Jogo versus Mahito change? Because I think Jogo will beat Mahito with mid to high diff at this point. I mean, the thing is Mahito wins based off domain expansion. He can land a much faster domain expansion than Jogo can. However, Jogo wins off curse technique and abilities alone without domain. Miguel. Why did Miguel become a curse user in Japan? Miguel didn't become a curse user in Japan. He was scouted by Geto overseas and then came to Japan. Damn, Miguel really fucking loved Geto's genocidal ideals or some shit, man. I mean, I guess, you know what? I mean, I guess, like, no, that's even crazier if you think about it. I was gonna say, I guess when you grow up as the only sorcerer in a non-sorcerer world, you know, like, you could understand why, like, you would hate non-sorcerers, but I take it back. I feel like Miguel's entire village and entire life was built on non-sorcerers. But I guess maybe Miguel was like an outcast his entire life. Please tell us any new information about Miguel. He is strong. Well, thanks for the information, Gege. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can see is like if Miguel was like an outcast because he was a sorcerer, but it seems like if he has a village that's, you know, creating black ropes that he can come back to and learn and get from constantly, I doubt that. So you know what? I really don't. That's the weirdest thing about Miguel's curse technique. Or Miguel's curse technique. That's the weirdest thing about Miguel in general. I think Scarlett just dropped a fun little nugget of knowledge here. Oh shit. A fact about Tamano no Mei from Buddhism. She is the goddess Amaterasu, the incarnation of the sun, and became a human out of love, then became a kitsune when she was found out. Huh. Can you imagine the attitude Japan would have if people were aware of how dangerous Japan is in the Jujutsu Kaisen verse? So true. I think we would have got more than 2 nukes, unfortunately. Sadly enough. Why did we ask the reason they joined forces with Geto for every person except the person we want to fucking know? We want to know why Miguel is working with Geto, but we asked that question to everyone. But why did Manami Suda work with Geto? Quote unquote, oh my, what a hunk. So she was literally just a Geto simp. Literally just a Geto simp. Please tell us any new information about her. She's older than Geto. She's a cougar. That's crazy. What's the reason LaRue joined forces with Geto? Oh my, what a hunk. There we go. Please tell us any information about him. Same age as Geto. So LaRue and Manami Suda both followed Geto because they were simps. What's the reason he joined forces with Geto? And that's Toshihisa Negi, which you guys will probably need me to show you who that is, because who the fuck is that? Fucking this guy right here, the guy that gets blown up by Jogo's meteor instantaneously, whose name is apparently Toshihisa Negi. What is the reason he joined forces with Geto? Pretty much the same reasons as Mimiko and Nanako. I guess, you know, he was adopted as an early as an early young sorcerer. Please tell us any new information about him. He isn't that strong. I mean, clearly he was fucking written out of the goddamn story. Miguel followed Geto because of his power or for his philosophy. Geto's hatred was not based on color. Obviously, Geto's hatred wasn't based on color. I'm saying that, like, so like Miguel was just really in love with the idea of genociding all non-sorcerers. Okay, nothing about that is given in his character, but if that's the case, then that's fine. If that's more believable for you, that's okay. My bad, no up. I was talking to Shane. Oh, I wasn't. I'm sorry if I came off. I realized as I said that came off aggressive. I wasn't trying to be aggressive. I was just more trying to follow that. I was more so trying to follow that thought process. So then I was actually talking to Shane. Damn it. I'm just kidding. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly, Chan at all. Super weird. It's such a weird character the thing for me, but we've got Juzo Kamiya, Mr. fucking coat rack boy over here. Why does he like making things out of people? He builds things out of things other than people. Oh, so it's not particularly that he likes making things out of people. It's just, you know, something he does. Did he cut a deal with Geto and the others just because he really wanted to build a hanger rack? Gege says, yes. He said there were really good materials to be had, and Juzo has a monster hunter mindset. I fucking love that. That's so fucking dumb. He said, think of the loot. Think of the loot drops I can get. We've got Haruta Shigemo, fucking miracle user guy over here. Why did Haruta become a curse user? Because he's not the type who can run an errand while adhering to the rules. He's literally just a fucking delinquent. Literally just a fucking delinquent. Haruta, okay, here's a fun fact about Haruta's little hand sword. Apparently there were a bunch of rings that were circling and surrounding the hand. The rings on the blade are missing in Shibuya Incident because the blade can be switched out. It can even be transformed into a curse tool, but I got kind of tired of drawing the rings, so I just made up this reason after the fact. He said, yeah, you know what? I was going to give more to Haruta's character, but he didn't really deserve it. Didn't really deserve it at all, which, you know what? To be fair, I completely understand that. Based, honestly. Absolutely fucking based. We've got Granny Ogami and her grandchild, and also Jiro Awasaka, and then the random Finn and Jake fucking curse users that Mei Mei fucking clobbers. What is Granny Ogami's real name? Granny Ogami is Granny Ogami. She's 87 fucking years old. My God. She likes young men. She's a junior member of the Boy Idol Agency fan club. The grandson is not her real grandchild, but instead a boy she kidnapped and raised after falsifying their relationship. She has numerous grandchildren like this. Granny Ogami literally runs her own fucking grandchild orphanage over here. Granny Ogami is the biggest, you know, PDF of all. She loves young men. Mei Mei in 40 years, Mr. Turtle said. She's what y'all accuse Mei Mei of. What's the motif of Jiro Awasaka's character design? Two-way pictures. Jiro is an only child. He became a curse user so he could make money to treat his sick mother to a lavish life. That's the kind of lie he tells without a second thought. Damn, he said, yeah, sure, he likes to pretend he does it for his mom, but he's actually just a piece of shit in the long run. The Finn and Jake curse user is named Niji Abina, and the curse spirit he tows around as a pet is a stray that he caught. Damn, evil Finn and Jake go crazy. You have the Q soldiers. And Orame up next. The Q soldiers Kokun and Bayer. What are the origins of their code names? Wiener brands. Damn, imagine being named after wieners. What happened to them after being caught by Gojo and Geto? They were killed. Damn, RIP. The Jujutsu judicial system is fucking harsh. Orame. How long have they been acquainted with Sukuna? Well acquainted since 1,000 years ago. They were allowed to stand by Sukuna's side because they whipped up good food. Of course, they are a Jujutsu sorcerer as well. Are they a chef? Sukuna eats people too, but cooking people is rather difficult. There are a few people who have the experience needed. That's where Orame came in. They were extremely talented at that. And they, them pronouns used for Orame in the official character guidebook created by Gege Akutame. The Toji's stress is the Zenin family. The origins of Toji's name. Excessive and you. Toji's hobbies and talents are gambling. And he hates alcohol because he doesn't get drunk. Is Toji's level as a sorcerer special grade? Here we go. Here's good confirmation here. The Jujutsu world has zero interest in grading the physically gifted from heavenly restrictions. What a cop-out. What a cop-out. Toji doesn't have much money, so he wanders around from woman to woman, but he'll earn a ton of money from one job and spend it until it's gone. Damn, bro is literally just a deadbeat. Bro is literally living off of one-night stands couches. He's that dude that you hook up with and then never leaves. You wake up to go to work the next morning and he's still on the couch. You're like, you know you can leave, right? He's like, oh, I thought I'd stay and we would hang out later when you got back. You got to go to work? Why don't you call out today? What's your favorite domain name? All-enveloping Garbadatu just fits for me, but I also like the horizon of captivating Skanda. I definitely like self-embodiment of perfection. Timeless Cell Moon Palace is pretty cool. Anything that's not Yuta's fucking domain expansion. Yuta's domain expansion name is the worst. When did Toji become unstable in the Zenin family, and what kind of abuse did he face? Since Toji was small, he got chucked to a pack of cursed spirits, and the scar on his mouth is from that abuse. How did Toji build up a master-servant relationship with the cursed spirit that stores his weapons? Through constant training, just like a cat or dog. While they do have a master-servant relationship, they lack the trust of a pet and its owner. Damn, so it's literally like, it's pure business and pure master-servant. There is no, like, love there. Like, the cursed spirit hasn't come to, like, appreciate Toji, and Toji hasn't come to appreciate the cursed spirit. There's literally no trust. That's why the cursed spirit immediately fucking changes sides. Would Toji have stayed resurrected if he didn't commit suicide during the Shibuya incident? Toji might have stayed alive if he didn't take himself out, but he was in a glitched state, so I honestly can't say what would have happened. I don't think Toji himself ever had any interest in the living world anyway. Personally, I think the Toji featured there was nothing more than something that possessed Toji's information, not even Toji legitimately coming back from the dead. We love that. I also, upon doing research, I was doing research, a lot of research, with Madara and Aizen today, in regards to a video that I'm working on. Madara, I think, is really cool because Madara, when he takes control of the Edo Tensei and completely overwrites the Edo Tensei, he makes a point. He's like, hey, you gave me an immortal body with infinite chakra, and then the user died. Tell someone next time not to use such forbidden jutsu, because now I'm just a fucking walking zombie with, again, immortal body and infinite chakra. And I was like, oh shit, that's literally Toji after the seance technique and the Granny Ogami dies. I love that it's literally just a callback to the Edo Tensei from Naruto. I thought that was really cool. Surprised Gege didn't dedicate an entire book to Toji. I mean, he got 2 whole pages. He did get, in fact, 2 whole pages, so. But we are on the villain section of the book. If you do have the book with you, if you want to read along, we are on page 84. Gojo did get 4. Yes, we can't forget, Jesse. Thanks for not letting us forget. All right. So, from Toji on, we've got Shu Kong, which is the dude who helped Toji find the work to actually eliminate the Star Plasma Vessel. Which I'm pretty sure Gege said he was supposed to come back later into the story, right? Is he going to be in Jujutsu Kaisen 2? The origins of his name comes from China, the character from Taiyo Matsumoto's Ping Pong. He seems to have met Megumi Fushiguro in the past, but does Megumi even remember who he is? No, Megumi doesn't. He only met him once when he was really little. Shu visited Toji's house after Megumi's mother died, and Toji had to take care of Megumi. Damn. As much as Shu hated him, Shu really was fucking in dirty business with Toji for a hot minute. Gege's favorite character from Hidden Inventory. How long has he been acquainted with Toji? Over 10 years, I guess. He doesn't have a curse technique. He can only see them. He's a former police detective. That's it. Nothing else to say about him, but we do have Junpei Yoshino coming up. Have you ever killed anyone? Is his question. He dies at 17. Damn, Junpei, you had so much to live for, man. Let's see. Could he see cursed spirits ever since he was a child? He was able to partially make them out before the incident, quote unquote. After he was influenced by the special grade, he could see them clearly. What happened to his dad? Oh, he just divorced his mom. He's not dead or anything. Damn, Tiberius would be furious. How could you do that to Nagi Yoshino? You get a girl like that, you treat her right. You treat all women correctly, by the way, not just specific women. Based. The story was that Yoshino ultimately moved away, but how are things squared away? Asking the big questions. Okay, how did they hide this teenage student's death as well as all of his, school, Columbine, actions, let's say. Whatever doesn't get me demonetized here. There were a lot of victims in the incident. Neighbors were evacuated too, and fatalities would have been annoying to cover up. So that was the excuse they used to square things away. At the end of the day, excluding the curse spirits, Yoshino was the prime culprit behind the incident. There was no consideration shown for the Yoshino family. Definitely not the beef bowl placed by the FYI. Oh my god, nor were any of their relatives informed. Damn, they straight up said they literally treated Junpei like an asshole. Literally treated Junpei like a dick. They're like, it's all his fault. He caused all these problems. Screw him and his family. Speaking of Nagi, we have Nagi Yoshino right up here. She only gets half a page. Tiberius would also be mad at that as well. What did Nagi Yoshino do for work? She helped her friend with their design business, part-time and remotely. She was a work-from-home mom. Let's go. Okay. Did she realize that Junpei was being bullied? She probably noticed since Junpei stopped going to school, but I doubt she knew what to the extent that it was. It seemed that Junpei did do his very best to hide it as well, which I believe. Kids are unfortunately very good at hiding stuff like that. You could buy it on Amazon. You could buy it on Barnes & Noble's, BAM.com. If you go to BAM, that's... I don't know if you have any local BAMs near you. That's my local bookstore. But yeah, you could buy it from really any bookstore. It's pretty much out and about. You could probably find it online. This is the... Here, I'll show you the cover of it. This is the cover. Jujutsu Kaisen official character guide. It's with Yuji and Sukuna on the front. Yours is backwards like mine. Oh yeah, Chanadol. We love that. We love that Japanese reading. I got exposed the other day on the reaction part of the stream yesterday because there was a regular American comic that I read backwards because manga has literally just ruined me and my reading skills. Every comic panel I see, I read from fucking from right to left. We got Big Brother Choso, too soon. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Big Brother Choso. I'd say he dislikes Noritoshi Kamo, but he's probably talking about Kenjaku, not the official Noritoshi Kamo that we know. Although, you know what? I wouldn't blame him if he wanted to dislike regular Noritoshi Kamo. Please tell us something particular about Choso's character design. I made Choso look exactly like a fashion model I saw once. Huh. Gege taking pages out of our Hirohiko Araki's book over here with the JoJo characters. Yep, just based it completely off of a fashion model. Where do death paintings take in their general knowledge? They gain a certain degree from the brains of the humans they incarnate into. Sukuna also gets his from Itadori. During the Shibuya incident, why was Choso so unmotivated? He cooperated, but he had no reason to risk his life to seal off Gojo. Yeah, we kind of already knew that. Choso was kind of very unenthused to be at the Shibuya incident. He was like, yeah, I guess if I have to do this, I have to do this. Okay. Does a death painting's appearance depend on their incarnation? The greater the vessel's resistance toward cursed objects, the less the vessel's appearance will change. Hence why death paintings barely resemble their vessel. And since they've been fetuses for so long, the death paintings themselves don't really question how they look. Yep, so they never really had any legitimate form or anything like that. They basically, you know, Kechizu was that fucking big giant green blob. Esso was just unfortunate enough to be put into a stand user from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Okay. Does Choso have poisonous blood like his brothers, Esso and Kachizu? Or Esso and, yeah. It says Esso and Choso here. Grammatical error. He does. Itadori wasn't affected since he has a resistance to poison due to being Sukuna's vessel, but anyone other than Itadori would have been in big trouble the moment that Choso's initial piercing blood attack mixed with their blood. I'm still debating whether to incorporate this into the story or not. Hey, joke's on you, Akutami. I already incorporated that into the story for you. That's how I turned Tanjiro into Demon King Tanjiro for Demon Slayer Shibuya incident. That's a plug for my own video if I've never seen one. And then of course we got the two brothers right then and there, Esso and Kachizu. Nobara said that was the weird smell, but does Esso actually smell? Gege says yes, since his back is constantly festering. Gege said, yep, my boy smells like shit. What was the details behind creating these three death painting characters? Gege said he likes sibling dynamics, so he decided to go all in for it. Yeah, you can tell Gege loves the whole brother thing for sure. Gege is a big fan of the brother stuff. Choso, Esso, and Kachizu were born from the blood of a cursed spirit and human. They have a special attribute that allows them to transform cursed energy into blood. So unless they run out of cursed energy, they don't have to worry about dying of blood loss. This is confirmed. Anything special about Kachizu? Nope, nothing special about Kachizu. All three of their dislikes are Noritoshi Kamo, except Esso also has the special dislike of not having his back seen. I'm starting to think this is on purpose. Oh yeah. Everything Gege does is on purpose. And then we've got the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mahito. He was spawned from people. I would hope so. He dislikes humans, but his preferences and hobbies are also human. What's the details behind Mahito's creation? I just wanted a nasty character for no particular reason whatsoever. Well, you accomplished that real quick, Gege. That was very easy to tell. Why does he have such normal features despite being a cursed spirit? Do I detect... Gege says, do I detect discrimination against cursed spirits? What the fuck? I love Gege. How did he get to know Geto? Jogo introduced him. Geto first reached out to Jogo. I believe that Jogo's the most reasonable, you know, willing to cooperate of the disaster curses. The interviewer is asking the real questions. Said, does Mahito have a you-know-what between the legs? I'm sorry, huh? That's really what you were so interested in finding out? So, does Mahito have a you-know-what between the legs? He doesn't. Ooh, Mahito fangirls just lost. Just lost today. Barring the exception, cursed spirits don't have reproductive abilities. Fangirls and fanboys, I should say. I apologize. What death paintings do isn't quite the same as reproduction in the traditional sense. Damn. Mahito can't make a kid? Thank God. Does Mahito get touched or moved by movies or poems? Gege says, I'd imagine he'd sometimes be like, oh wow, cool. Mahito is one of the people on Twitter right now not reading Jujutsu Kaisen. Mahito can shape his soul into a Tiberius. Thank you for the gifted membership, China Doll. I appreciate the love. Can he... Oh, this is an important question. Can he control his transfigured humans and release their cursed energy limit via forced suicide like Mei Mei can with her birds? That's an important question right there. Mahito... Oh, I'm sorry. Gege said Mojito doesn't really control transfigured humans as much as he makes them listen to his commands. So I wouldn't say it's not possible, but I feel like it'd be a lot of trouble to do so. Polymorphic soul isomer mixes two souls together and shrinks their lifespans as a trade-off for increased strength. So he already is doing something similar. Okay. Okay. Hey, we've got the GOAT who's got his own 2 pages. Look at that handsome fucker right there. Stud. A Mahito tattoo would get you jumped for real. Hey, maybe. Maybe it would. Maybe it would. Knowing him, he would have tried to use it as a way to kill Yuji in a messed up way. Goddamn, death by snoo. Mahito's crazy. All right. Explain the origins of Jogo's name. I think it was something like a leaking with desire. Damn. Right after what we were just talking about? That's crazy. Is Jogo's head based off of Mount Fuji, like Itadori said? Less Mount Fuji and more a straight-up volcano. I was stuck on his design and I had to goad myself into coming up with a concept, which resulted in me going ahead with fire, grass, and water, like Pokemon. No way. Hanami, Jogo, and Dagon are literally the 3 starter Pokemon. I can't believe that. Gege, you really are from our generation. Like, it's so apparent. It's crazy. That's why I love Jujutsu Kaisen so much. You can tell. I can tell Gege Akutami is so close in age to me. It hurts. Jogo doesn't seem physically weak, so why does he use a cane? It's part of his collection. Just think of it as a fashion accessory. Jogo's walking around with a Master Roshi cane like he's a sage or some shit for no reason. How come Jogo didn't come to the Kyoto Goodwill event? What was he doing at the time? Jogo was still recuperating from his injuries. He managed to skate by since his head wasn't crushed, but he really was on the verge of death in his fight against Gojo. Damn, Jogo really just barely survived. How did Hanami feel when he was exorcised by Gojo? Are you freaking serious? Next up, we've got our favorite disaster cursed girl, Hanami. Her preferences and hobbies are delicious air. She dislikes humans. Oh shit. Hanami boy confirmed. We can't even say anything bad. Hanami's boy confirmed. Gege specifically refers to Hanami as a guy. Can no longer have that debate. Why is Hanami a regular spirit and not a curse? He is a regular spirit among curses. Think of him as being in the family of curse spirits and the genus of regular spirits. When negative emotions like fear and guilt toward things that are held sacred pile up, it creates a type of spirit like Hanami, who acts like the president of a school horticultural club. Can he manifest? If he can manifest plants with his curse energy, can he also manifest tree branches in an enemy's heart if they don't move? He can't. The inside of the body is like a domain for certain seeds, so they don't come out unless they actually penetrate the enemy, like with Fushiguro. Also, Hanami manipulates trees that he's manifested out of nothing, and already existing trees that they've enhanced differently. Hanami is super tough. Jogo is technically stronger considering how their elemental types match up. However, if you were to ever receive 5 of Itadori's Black Flash attacks on top of Todo's Curse Energy infused Playful Cloud Strike, as Hanami did, Jogo would die instantly. That's crazy. I never knew there could just be spirits. Who else is a spirit then? Judgment? Well, Mahito and Junpei do speak about this a little bit when they're going over cursed spirits and spirits. Like, Mahito mentions, like, the QB, the nine-tailed fox, is genuinely a regular spirit. It's literally the same thing as, like, it's just rumors and thoughts. It's like, have you ever heard of tulpas? It's just thought forms. Like, enough people believe something, so it eventually creates and takes physical form. Okay. Here's something. Does Hanami kill humans who are kind to the earth and nature without discussion? Is destroying all of humanity the only thing on their mind? I saw a simulation of what the earth would look like if humanity was extinct on TV a long time ago. If humans were gone, then the environment would instantly recover. That was how it worked in Dr. Stone. Hanami can personally perceive that, so there's not much to do about stopping him. Damn, Hanami said all humans need to die ASAP. There ain't no good humans. Do Hanami and Jogo have any sort of camaraderie with toward Mahito? Gege says he's not sure, but it's certainly possible. We can definitely tell by the end that that is for sure the case. And then we've got H.P. Lovecraft's design and creation himself, Dagon, Cursed Spirit of the Sea. Are Shinigami separate from spirits? Are they a separate thing? I feel like Shinigamis probably, or Shikigamis are probably fall in the natural spirit category. Anything interesting about Dagon? He seems to be able to eat humans, but how do they get digested? They simply become cursed energy. I don't intend on making up a reason to explain the massive, discrepancy between Dagon and the humans he eats. But if I did, I would say that he digests and absorbs them as cursed energy. He spit out the bones, but they were most likely still digesting. A little more time and those bones might have dissolved as well. Dagon seems to be the type of cursed spirit that goes through metamorphosis. But how many types of cursed spirits that grow have been identified? There aren't many types other than those who metamorphosize. A cursed spirit's potential for growth is set from the start, and it's a matter of how they draw it out. As far as curse wounds are concerned, I think it's better than some cursed spirits take things a step further when they're taking forms. Generally speaking, a cursed spirit won't grow much unless they acquire a lot of people's fear. For domain expansion, Dagon tried to complete the seal with his hands, but Naobito interfered, so he drew a curse seal on his stomach. The design is that of a Hotai purse. Doesn't Nanami bring up a deity as well? Yeah, when Heibara dies, he brings up like a guardian deity that he basically says ended up actually getting stronger because the area around the cursed spirit actually ended up worshiping it as a god. So the cursed spirit started out at one level of power, and then because the people around the village started worshiping it and revering it and fearing it even more, it powered it up further and further, stronger than the grade that it was originally marked at. That's how Hebura died. So, yeah, Dagon is canonically the only character to do a no hand sign domain. Although, again, they still drew the curse seal, you know, out to cast the domain. It's not so much that the domain was just done without a curse seal. The seal was still done, just not with his hands. Dagon, the kind of guy who hates SpongeBob? That's crazy. All right, we got the grasshopper curse showing up. You know, very important character, of course. Why is the grasshopper curse so fixated on how smart it is? Bug is considered an insult among humans, so it stems from that. Interesting. Okay, asking the important questions. What's the difference in taste between a human and a deformed human? Why did you need to know that, interviewer? Why did you need to know the difference between what a transfigured human and a regular human tastes like? I have so many questions to ask you. As to why that is. Gege answers, it's like genetically modified foods versus ones that aren't. Why did Grasshopper Guy even appear in Shibuya? He was brought by Mahito and the others. Also, Mahito is the one that nicknamed it Grasshopper Guy. I like the idea that Mahito is just hanging around, though, the Jujutsu Kaisen world, just hanging out. And he just stumbles upon this grasshopper curse, and he goes, hey, what's up, man? You want to hang out? All right, we've got Rika Orimoto as the next curse on the line here. Dislikes people other than Yuta, especially girls and older guys. Favorite thing is Yuta. Rika's mother died suddenly from unknown causes when Rika was 5. 2 days before entering elementary school, Rika and her father got lost while mountain climbing. 1 week later, Rika was found alone and rescued from a shelter near the summit. Unknown causes, quote unquote. Yeah, exactly. Oh shit. We're getting into it. Rika killed both of her parents. Aware of how her appearance is perceived, Rika sometimes manipulates adults. Damn, this is human Rika right here, okay? This isn't even Curse Beer Rika here. This is regular Rika right here. Rika was taken in by her grandmother on her father's side, who strongly believed that Rika killed both of her parents. When she was human, Rika was very friendly with Yuta's younger sister. However, after becoming a vengeful curse, she became very aggressive, which is why Yuta distanced himself from his family. Damn. So it's not completely confirmed that Rika killed her parents, but it's strongly implied that Rika was a manipulative little child, and potentially manipulative enough to kill both of her parents. I mean, it makes sense why she was able to become the queen of fucking curses. I mean, look at it here. Rika stole the ring she gave Yuta from her grandmother's dresser. It was her mother's wedding ring. Rika strikes me as that as a little child that has no understanding of the world and is just a piece of shit, and just like plays little games because she knows she can. You know what I mean? Like a little, like a little kid that knows too much for their age and takes advantage of their little kid status. Kenjaku type shenanigans. Yeah, exactly. Why does Rika hate her grandmother's stewed eggplants? Eggplant is already a negative 20 points. Rika doesn't like a stewed dish, which is a minus 10 points. And Rika hates her grandmother, which is a negative 100 points, making it a total of a negative 130 point stewed eggplant. Damn, if Rika didn't get hit by that car, Grandma Orimoto would have been cooked, is all I'm understanding from this page. Starting to sound like a quirkless shinobi stream. Which one is stronger, Awakened Rika or Sukuna in his prime? Gege specifically ends all debate, said Sukuna. I mean, we already kind of knew that, but her grandma probably organized the hit on her. Damn, that one time Truck-kun saved the day. I like to imagine Rika Orimoto's in some kind of isekai anime right now. Was Rika very possessive even when she was alive? Also, is there any specific reason she hates older men? She was a very strong type of girl, but she was kind to Yuta's little sister for her own self-interest of being with Yuta. Isn't that crazy? Said she was kind to Yuta's little sister, but only because she had self-interest in being with Yuta. Said, yeah, I was nice to Yuta's little sister, but just because I wanted to get with Yuta. This girl's 11 years old. God damn. Rika just instinctually can't stand any guys other than Yuta. There's no trauma involved or anything like that. That's crazy. That answers your question right there, guy on the spectrum. No trauma or anything involved. She just hates older guys for no reason because she only likes Yuta. Rika would have been a killer Nen user. Oh yeah, 110%. And then we've got the king himself, right after the queen, Ryomen Sukuna. Sukuna's dislikes are nothing in particular. Nothing matters but him himself. Sukuna used to be human, but was he a curse user back when he was active? Gege said he was technically a curse user, but I'd say he was much closer to a natural disaster. Does Sukuna have memories from when he was a human? Gege says they all remain the same, although it's hard to say whether Sukuna or the people around him ever really thought of him as human. Has Sukuna been feared like Gojo ever since he was a human? Gege says Gojo doesn't even compare. Not saying this is the only reason, but curse users and curse spirits were far more vicious a long time ago than in current times. They gradually mellowed out, and they started to pick up steam again once Gojo busted out onto the scene. Damn, Gege spoiling his own story way back when this Databook came out. He said Gojo doesn't even stand a chance. You heard it here first. When he was a human being, how was he treated by those around him? Everyone was extremely afraid of Sukuna. Before and after he became a cursed object, he was known as the king of curses. Oh shit, we got the Gojo method. We got more pages on Sukuna. What do Sukuna's fingers taste like? This interviewer is crazy with some of the questions he's really asking. This is crazy. I have to ask why you even thought of some of these questions. The adipocere would probably make them taste close to soap or something. How do you pronounce that word? I'm sorry? The adipocere? How do you pronounce that shit? Google, you gotta give me the Google dictionary here. Come on. All right, hold on. I gotta know.
Adipocere.
Adipocere? What the fuck? Fair enough. I just needed to know. Sorry about that, guys. Just needed to know. I was curious. JJK invented a word just for that. Literally. It's fat? Thank you, music. I appreciate that. A cool video would be the Phantom Troop versus Sukuna, like replacing Yuji's group with them after the Gojo fight. You're so right. I'm writing that down so I don't forget. Monumental idea, Jesse. Killing it. Jesse, you're just my manager at this point. I've literally been thinking about it. I'm like, Jesse's just my manager. All right, let's see. Did Itadori dying once not have any effect on Sukuna inside his body? None. He was still in the window of where Sukuna's reverse curse technique could resurrect him. If any more time had lapsed and he left that window, Sukuna would have also died. Boom. This goes in. I was talking to someone about this, of like whether, it was in the Gojo revival video. Someone commented that was, a bunch of people commented actually saying that Yuji died and came back to life. So me saying that not a single character has ever resurrected from death in Jujutsu Kaisen is wrong. Right here, baby. This is why we look at the motherfucking Databook. Would Sukuna's consciousness enter a curse spirit's mind if it were to consume one of Sukuna's fingers? No. Curse spirits lack the capability to be vessels. Well, that's good to know. No, I didn't spill my drink. Why do you ask? Is his vision linked with any curse spirits that ingest his finger? In addition to Yuji, he can barely pull any information from a part of him that is sealed or ingested by a curse spirit. He can only really tell whether it's close by. He can tell what the surrounding situation is if the finger is unsealed. That's what happened when Sukuna gave Fushiguro props back at the Yasuhachi bridge fight. So we can't really tell what's going on with the curse spirits that ingest fingers. But he can understand when they get awakened or they start acting up. Orame and Yuri on ice, but they have to watch Sukuna skate with Victor on the ice they created. What up? What we on? Right now we're on Sukuna, and I think that's the end of the character commentary, honestly. Oh no, we have a couple more, but we're almost done with it. We're on the last couple people. The radar thing is kind of true. Exactly, yes. The radar thing is definitely kind of true. We're making it to chapter 2, Jesse. I promise you. We will make it to the end of this character commentary, without a doubt. We will for sure make it to the end of this character commentary before we end stream. I promise you that much. What else is interesting about Sukuna? Not Gojo, Sukuna. We're talking about Sukuna. Did Sukuna have a wife or kids when he was alive? He did not. He kind of had Arame around as a hench person, though. I'm scared to think of what you're implying with that, Gege. I don't even want to begin to know. For Sukuna's curse techniques, how much do the humans actually know about them? They should be able to find out about the slashing technique to a certain degree if they look through enough documentation. There's a possibility the fire one isn't known. Well, we know now, goddammit. Was what Gojo said about Itadori being a Sukuna finger detector nonsense? See, we were just talking about that. He was just off the mark about Sukuna doing it to regain his power. Yep. So he can, but Sukuna's not going to search out the fingers to complete his set, you know? At least not until he became fully incarnated in Megumi. Oh, here we go, asking the big questions. Ryomen Sukuna is sometimes treated as a hero, and even put on the name of local products based on the region in Japan. But is that background reflected in the work? Gege says, not at all. The Sukuna of Jujutsu Kaisen is just someone who got the name Sukuna because he has Sukuna-esque looks and strength. Oh, okay. So was Ryomen Sukuna even his original name, or did people just start calling him Ryomen Sukuna, if that's what you're talking about? Now I'm curious, Gege. What do you mean by that? People just started calling him Sukuna? I need the Heian era flashback. Give me Sukuna unlocking Fuga because he killed the dragon. I'm telling you, that would be peak fiction, Gege. Just like you did Gojo and how Gojo unlocked and figured out how to use red. Give me how Sukuna learned how to make Fuga out of his dismantled and cleaves. William Brown said his real name is Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm dead. Yeah, we need a Heian era flashback, goddammit. If we don't get one, I'm gonna riot. We've got Ariko Amano and Misato Kuroi, who Misato Kuroi is confirmed to still be alive. She's just chilling out somewhere. Chilling, killing. Anything interesting? Damn, Riko was only 14 when she died? That's crazy. Tengen was trying to take over a 14-year-old. Please explain a particular about Rika's character design. Or Riko, I'm sorry. Please explain a particular about Riko's character design. The same applies for her hairband, but her typical, a dude definitely drew this without even thinking vibe to her braid left me feeling very embarrassed afterwards. That's what happened when Sukuna gave Fushiguro props back at the Yasahachi bridge fight. I love that Gege is like so like self-aware. Like Gege was like, oh my god, this was so alpha male of me to draw Riko like this. Gege, what are you talking about, dog? Why does Riko speak in such a grandiose way? She's a delusional nerd. Riko's parents died in a car accident when she was 4. She's been with Kuroi ever since. I wonder if Riko was the one driving the fucking car. Rika on her fucking murderous child rampage over here. When did Riko realize she was the star plasma vessel? Master Tengen detected and decreed it not long after she was born, and then the Jujutsu High people told her. Huh. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Good point, Nerva. Sukuna never claimed his own name. He only really called himself the Fallen. Very fair. Very fair. We've got Kuroi, drawn back because of her fondness for Riko. The Kuroi family is part of a long line of aides to the Star Plasma vessel. In defiance, Misato left for a junior college. She was planning on entering the civilian workforce, but was drawn back into the life of an aide because of her fondness for Riko. Huh. That's annoying. Okay, so like these are the small little details that we don't ever get in the regular story, like knowing that the Kuroi family is like generations long designed to take care of the Star Plasma vessel. Kuroi felt ashamed for being beaten by a non-sorcerer. I mean, that non-sorcerer was Toji. We gotta be honest here, right? But is she a Jujutsu sorcerer? Does she actually have a curse technique? Kuroi does not have a curse technique, but in order to protect Star Plasma vessels, she has learned basic curse energy usage and combat arts. If Riko wasn't around, what job would she have taken up? She would have been a school nurse. Ayo, we got Grandpa Itadori popping up here now. Let's go, the GOAT himself. What was Weisuke Itadori's cause of death? Lung cancer. Most likely from all the smoking he did, not from a curse technique. Huh. Damn, R.I.P. Weisuke Itadori. Did Weisuke Itadori's wife die before he did? Gege says, I've always pictured Weisuke as divorced, but an ordinary old man's only confidant dying before him sounds pretty nice too. I never gave that part of his story much thought. Aw, Itadori Grandpa. R.I.P. What was the reason that people separated themselves from Weisuke? His rough temperament. I believe he rarely ever got violent. He had some friends, but they're not necessarily still alive. We've got Yuko Ozawa. Yuji's Bay. Yuji's Bay is gets their own small little page. Please tell me the details behind Yuko Ozawa's debut. My editor told me that he wanted to do a story where the protagonist, Yuji, was popular with a girl someday. So I agreed to do it as a bit of a palate cleanser. Gege was like, I'm gonna cause so much pain in these motherfuckers' life. Let me put a quick little let me put a quick little nice chapter in between. I thought Black Flash was just for physical strikes. Nobara disproves that. I think Nobara's strike disproves that. We've got Sumiki Fushiguro. The whole reason the culling games went so badly. Nothing new about Sumiki Fushiguro, except Akutami calls Sumiki's hairstyle the stag beetle. What the fuck? We've got Sayori, Nobara's idol. Has she ever been ostracized ever since she first met Nobara? Sayori has no idea. I think so, which is why she's always stayed at home. Their meeting, as depicted in the anime, wasn't triggered by any particular force, but simply by chance. Nobara's local friend Fumi doesn't know that she's a Jujutsu sorcerer. We've got Yuji's friends, or old friends, from like chapter 1. They came back in chapter 160. Was there really a dead body in the rugby field like Asaki surmised? There sure was. Did the occult research club dissolve after Itadori left? It's completely gone. The class president's politicking worked. Huh. We've got Takada, Todo's favorite idol. Takada's real life model. Takada-chan's real life model is Uranai Kumai. So this is based off a real person. Let's see. Uranai Kumai. So this is real life. This is real life Takada. This is real life Takada. She actually exists. She is real. She's a real human being. She's real. Real person. So that's that, you know. That's cool. That's cool lore. It's always cool to know, you know. I love, that's no way, the part-timer. The freaking part-timer. From the moment when Jogo burns the entire restaurant, got his own page. I'm so dead. What is he doing now after quitting his job in Volume 2? A part-time job outside the service industry. I'm dead, bro. He got his own page and everything. Wow. What an interesting development. Alright, so this is just group character Q&A. This is just regular deep dive aspects. So these are just lightning round Q&As. We'll do the lightning round Q&As and then we'll call it a night, guys. And that's going to be the end of all the character commentary that Gege has to offer for us. Who's the most popular girl and guy? Geto Suguru and Miwa Kasumi. The worst possible duo. Is there anyone married amongst Jujutsu High personnel? Masamichi Yaga was married, however, he was divorced. Rip, 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 rip. Damn, and Masamichi strikes me as a good guy, too. Please tell us the heaviest drinker, the sloppiest drinker, and the weakest drinker amongst the cast. The heaviest drinker is Airi with Nanami as a runner-up. The sloppiest drinker is Utahime with Naobito as a runner-up. And Gojo is the biggest lightweight. Do Itadori and the other first years often do things together, days off included? I feel like they often do, but I also feel like there's a reasonable split between boys and girls, including the second years as well. Itadori is the best cook among the first years. Damn, Yuji be cooking legitimately, literally, in all aspects of time. And then they have the, this is every character's height and where they sit with each other. This is a cool little panel. And then we've got lightning round Q&A. So these are just quick answers that were taken from a bunch of different events that Gege Akutami went through. I'm going to lightning round them, go through them very quickly, and then we're going to call it an end to the stream, guys. Thank you all so much for hanging out. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Looks like Kenjaku won the tattoo poll. We love that. Okay. Itadori admitted that he wasn't really popular in Chapter 4. Is there a reason why? Gege answers, because the girls who like Yuji aren't the best at communicating their feelings to those around them. Damn, Yuji. R.I.P. I'm curious as to what everyone's saying when they went to karaoke and strolling with Juju in Volume 2. I'd also like to know how good each character is at singing. Itadori is the best singer out of everyone. Akutami's bias says that anyone who's good at impersonations is also good at singing. In Chapter 34, he said, "You could have made me even dumber." Is he bad at studying? Yuji's really bad at math. He's relatively alright at subjects that require memorization. Fair. Dion, thank you for the 5. Yuji being good at cooking makes perfect sense considering his connection to Sukuna and his curse technique. Good point, Dion. That's a very good point. Thank you for the dono. These are questions about Megumi. When did Fushiguro and Gojo get to know one another? Quite a long time ago. Fushiguro has ties with the Zenin family, and the Zenin family has ties with the Gojo family and Jujutsu High. That's how they gain their connection. Fushiguro often touches his left shoulder. Is there something to that? It's just a habit. Might have come from storyboarding my prototype series. Fushiguro uses shadows to fight, but how many puppets does he know? Excluding this expansion technique, 10 types. So he knows everybody. How does Fushiguro's father have a resistance to curse energy, despite not having any curse energy himself? Papaguro's heavenly restriction is stronger than Maki's. While Maki leaves her with cursed energy on par with a normal person, Papaguro leaves him with completely zero. As for why Maki has no resistance while Papaguro does, it's because the restriction's power-up is too effective, causing him to gain super good eyes, a super sturdy stomach, capability to see curses, and the capability to ingest curse spirits with no issues. Papaguro is an extreme rarity among rare heavenly restrictions, and that he gained a resistance to curses by abandoning cursed energy entirely. This is for Nobara. Is there any meaning to the heart engraved on her hammer? Nope. She engraved it herself when she was small, and by the time she started to regret it, it had been broken. Tuh. Is there a limit to the attack range of Nobara's technique if part of the target is present? Her range's limit is somewhat loose. The size and worth of the target's part is crucial. Okay, so Nobara's technique does have a limit. She can't hit someone if she's in France and the other person's in America. These are about Yuta. What is Okkotsu doing overseas? It's a secret, but he did show up in that title page with a person that people who know will know. Is Okkotsu included in the 4 special grade sorcerers? He is. Will Okkotsu show up later in the story? He will. This one's about Inumaki. I'm curious about when the idea hit you to make Inumaki talk only in rice ball ingredients. It's a rehash from a long time ago when I thought that a character snapping and screaming tuna mayonnaise would be funny. So random, Gege. Questions about Panda. What does Panda do if a normal person lays eyes on him? If a normal person lays eyes on Panda while he's moving, he pretends to be a doll and has someone carry him, or sneaks around while pretending to be a stuffed animal. Damn, Panda just can't wander around in public? That's sad. That's a sad learning fact from this fucking book. Did Panda go to some sort of special Jujutsu nursery? Nope, he had a room specifically built for him by the principal. And does Panda poop? No, the principal put diapers on Panda when he was small on a whim because it was cute. Panda doesn't poop. Damn, that's a pretty interesting development. Let's see, any other interesting Q&As? Does Noritoshi Kamo normally have his eyes closed? He just has squinty eyes. Okay. How many best friends does Todo have? Yuji is Todo's only best friend. We love that. Todo does have a few regular friends, but all of them are one-sided. Damn, no one likes Todo. Everyone fucking can't stand my boy. That's wild. What was the business trip Gojo went on when Itadori's friend group was dispatched to the juvenile detention center? Gege said, a domestic business trip. A certain grade 1 sorcerer who went on a mission disappeared, so he had to go clean up the mess. Interesting. Wonder who that was about. Was that Usami? What's the difference between Satoru Gojo wearing glasses and Satoru Gojo wearing a blindfold? His mood. He might switch to shades when he meets girls. Damn, Gojo's gotta put on the Riz, the sunglass Riz. Is Gojo aware that Utahime dislikes him? Gojo has no idea. He thinks her bad attitude is a joke. Gojo has no self-awareness. Can Gojo do housework? Or perhaps even cook? He can somewhat. Most Jujutsu sorcerers are bachelors, so everyone is pretty capable at living. Very fair. Very fair. Let's see. Anything else interesting? Kind of. Okay, here's what was Mahito doing in the movie theater? Does he like movies? Mahito was trying to learn about humans, the source of himself, from movies and books. Never mind minding manners. He didn't even pay the price of admission. Okie dokie. Anything else? Okay. Oh, what does Ryomen Sukuna do while inside of Itadori? He spaces out. He's a master of killing time. He spent 1,000 years spacing out. Damn, is this fucking confirmation that Sukuna for 1,000 years was just alive and well and self-aware while he was fingers? Ain't no way. Oh, does Sukuna see what Itadori sees when he isn't out on the surface? If that's the case, did he basically just watch movies together with Yuji? Gege says, maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. Fair enough. I like to think Sukuna's a big movie fan. He just doesn't want to admit it. And these are all questions about Gege Akutami himself. Literally, this is Gojo with Utahime. Wait, you guys actually hate me? I thought it was a joke. Literally. Oh, literally. All right, Akutami, quick quiz. All right. Gege, what are your favorite things? Crispy fried foods like fried chicken tenders with beefsteak leaves. Aside from foods, I like hot springs, scalp massages, and waxing. All right, fair enough. Do you have any hobbies or talents? I really don't have many hobbies outside of the realm of my work. My athletic prowess is also below standard, so I don't have any special talents either. If I had to say, then maybe it's that I can grab things far away because I have arms that are longer than most people. Gege tall as fuck confirmed. Gege waxing, Gege a weird guy. Who was right said Gege stays smooth. Who's your favorite comedian? The ones who make radio shows fun. Also, speaking for my generation, I like anyone who came from Arabakiden, a Japanese comedy show from 2007 to 2011. Who is your favorite actor? I'm often attracted to wordier performances from Hiroki Hasegawa or Masato Sakai. Who's your favorite character from Jump manga? Izumi, Kagiura, and Azuma from World Trigger. Hey, JSARP, look at that, man. Tendo from Haikyuu, Overhaul, and Stain from My Hero Academia. Oh shit. What are some works that influenced you? There are too many manga authors who have influenced me to count, especially in Jujutsu Kaisen's case, where it's aiming toward becoming a mainstream manga. I think that you'll often have a sense of deja vu while reading it, for better or worse. If you ever have a moment, try searching for those elements. As far as anime influences go, Hideaki Anno, Kenichi Kutsuna, Shingo Yamashita, and any stories that have that same sort of stance are all ones that I like very much. Never heard of any of those anime. Have a good night, ooh. Who's your favorite character in Jujutsu Kaisen? I don't really have a favorite character, but I want Nanami and Miwa to be popular. They're both pretty respectable. Do you have the ending for the story finalized? This is gonna beat all allegations right now. Gege's making this shit up as he goes along. I have the final chapter and the ending of each important point in the story set in stone, but I don't have a lot of stuff in the middle hashed out. Fushiguro's end is planned out, but not Yuji's. I've been trying to not project myself onto the characters, and Itadori's good nature in particular is the least relatable to me out of the cast. Okay. Fair enough. He's got the final chapter already ready to go. What should we abbreviate Jujutsu Kaisen as? I use Jujutsu. Everyone else can do what they want. Are you friendly with your editor? I think I am. I mean, he has taken really good care of me. Where did you come up with your name, Akutami-sensei? Or is that your real name? My real name is Agege Akutami. Gay down and age equals up. I don't know if that's his actual real name. Which character do you project yourself on the most? Or will there ever be a character like that in the future? None of them. I try not to project myself onto characters, and I never will. Well, people that disagree with your Sukuna glaze are gonna fight that till their very ending breath. That's for sure. Are there any manga authors with series in Jump that you consider a rival? If my manga ever gets canceled, then it'd be because my manga sucks, not because the other manga were better, so I don't really view the other mangakas as rivals. However, you could say that I made the Gotoge-sensei my role model since we debuted at the same time. Damn, and people were saying the Demon Slayer Jujutsu Kaisen crossverse was out of left field. Are there any elements inspired by Togashi-sensei's manga? Too many to count, but I think the biggest one is how he approaches depicting visuals from a time standpoint and applies that concept into his manga paneling. Akutami Sensei's Bible, the end of chapter 1. If it's really interesting, the genre does not matter. A while ago, Tatsuki Fujimoto Sensei introduced his top 3 favorite movie directors in a corner in the back of Weekly Shonen Jump, and it was very interesting, but I've never really given much thought to my favorite movie directors before. If I had to list some, and we don't count anime movies, then the first director who comes to mind is Quentin Tarantino. I could watch Pulp Fiction forever. What I love the most is how easy it is to pick up on the key points where each part of the story gets rolling, and then piece them all together, which is why I can watch it without ever getting tired. That's the same reason why I really liked his more recent film, Django Unchained. The next director that comes to mind is Christopher Nolan. I especially like Interstellar a whole lot. The director's stance on using CG and modern civilization with the mundane and his staunch mentality, something I lack, are things I'm really drawn to. Also, another director I love without exception is Guillermo del Toro. As far as recent horror movies go, I have faith in Ari Aster in the director's seat. Based, Gege. I like Little Miss Sunshine 2006. Yo, Gege, that's crazy. Miss Op showed me that movie. That's such a great movie. But the directing and the script were handled by different people, and I don't know which had the bigger influence on the movie, so I can't say much about it. But don't any films with Matthew McConaughey in them look interesting? And for action scenes, back when I was in school, the Indonesian action movie The Raid got really popular, and that was the movie where I learned about Pencak Silat, an Indonesian martial art. From then on, when I would draw action scenes, I would sometimes reference Silat for aesthetically appealing movements. A little while ago, I saw Fujimoto Sensei do something like The Raid in Chainsaw Man, and I was like, ooh, nice, I'm gonna do it too. It sparked me to draw the battle scene between Yuji and Shoso during the Shibuya incident. That battle was heavily inspired by The Raid 2. Everyone knew that, but yeah. The Mei Mei title page in Volume 12 was based off the movie A Taxing Woman. Akutami Sensei rewatched A Taxing Woman in preparation for the homage and discovered interesting new things about the movie because of it. Gege Sensei is also a fan of these films. Favorite Japanese film is The Man Who Stole the Sun. Favorite Korean films are The Host, The Man from Nowhere, and A Hard Day. Nice. And that's the end of Gege's character commentary. Let's get into it, guys. So this is a look back on Jujutsu Kaisen from Volume 0 to Volume 8, Chapter 64, with Akutami Sensei's comments. His comments compiled from the Goodwill art exhibit are also included. So this starts all the way back from Volume 0, which honestly is what made me want to do this stream in the first place. I was reading some of these comments that Gege had about this, and it's like, wow, like this is crazy. Yeah, the data book is a little outdated, but basically what I'm imagining they're going to come out with the second half of this when the series is actually over. Because this does cover realistically up to Shibuya, content-wise. It's just the chapter commentary only goes up to 64, the first season, unfortunately. So I'm sure we'll get the rest of the chapter commentary, possibly if we're lucky, in the next side of the data book. Yeah, we definitely need that new data book soon, Greg. Character guidebook. Yes, official character guide. So, yeah. Volume 0, Chapter 1, The Cursed Child. At the time, Akutami was extremely jaded, and the motivation that Hinomaru Sumo and My Hero Academia restored had long since disappeared. In retrospect, most of the reason was because of my own lack of skill. But thinking about it in retrospect causes my personal criticisms toward my first editor, Yamanaka, to bubble up to the surface. So, let's just move on. I basically said to myself, I'll do what I want, and if it fails, I'll hang it all up. So in a somewhat desperate attempt, I drew up the storyboards for a horror manga, which ended up being the prototype for the very first chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen. Okkotsu and Rika's backstories would have probably remained the same, but the story would have been based on Okkotsu going around different paranormal spots in search of a vengeful spirit that could defeat Rika. Since Rika, the psychopath, had been trying to kill Okkotsu's blood relatives, mainly his sister, out of jealousy. Told you that sister niceness was fraudulent. There would have been a secret government agency using humans like Okkotsu to exercise each spot to maintain public order, and the people there would have taken Okkotsu on a journey to eliminate Rika. Maki would have been the one dispatched from the secret agency. Even now, I still kinda like this plot a lot better. I felt like the story would have moved at a brisker pace and wrapped up in a single chapter. Reading that is what made me want to do this stream. I'll be completely honest with you. I love the way that Gege hates Jujutsu Kaisen so fucking much. It's one of the funniest things about that, about that freaking author to me. He's like, yeah, you know what? Honestly, that first idea was probably better than what I wrote. He's so funny. He's the biggest hater of his own shit. It's just so funny. Oh, there's more from just the first chapter. Yamanaka-san, Gege's current first editor at the time, called me on the phone and told me I read the storyboard. It was entertaining. At the time, Akutami was no longer pure and naive, so this little bit of candy dangled in front of my face wasn't enough to budge my jaded emotions. It's entertaining, but you see, I was fed up with the way he spoke with a build just to let you down. Like you're playing pachinko and you get all the way up to the anime cutscene before the payout, loaded with chance stars, just to get that damn green, good but not good enough for a jackpot screen transition. But now I'm able to understand that he was just trying his best to not demotivate me completely, since I was an unknown newcomer. I'm really sorry about that. To summarize my first editor's opinions, he said it was entertaining, but the plot was bland, gloomy, and other stuff like that. That's when he approached me about making it a school setting instead. Honestly, I thought, at the time, making Akutami draw a story set in school? Your taste sucks. But with my aforementioned desperation and hope in myself, I said, well, if this doesn't really work out, we're done for. So I started revising the storyboard. it's just seeing how we got Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, this is literally how we got peak shonen. This is literally how we got peak shonen. Like, it blows my mind every day that, like, this is literally, like, Gege's just, fuck it, whatever. So technically he wasn't really trying. This is what I mean. Like, isn't this insane? And that's why JJK doesn't last long in the school setting. Good point. That's a very good point. He hates how dope of a series he created. Gege's biggest Jujutsu Kaisen op. You wonder why he baits you guys on Gojo revivals. He's like, yeah, fuck these guys. He's Akira Toriyama in his Boo arc fucking fully realized, but for an entire manga. Bro casually made the most popular modern shonen series. I say that all the time. At this point, I had the storyboard for the first chapter of Volume 0 done, and was asked if I would pass it along to the committee meeting for monthly serialization in all 4 issues of Jump Giga, a special issue. I really have to apologize. I was far too cheeky and said something like, who reads the series in special issues? Aside from cynical middle schoolers who want to become manga artists themselves, the main magazine is better. My logic at the time was that the special issues weren't included for digital Jump subscribers. They weren't, right? However, I remembered Yumiki Sensei Ganada Shika, Ganada style, never heard of that, which ran in the special issue before Jujutsu, being really good actually. I figured that if they can put out manga like that, then maybe I could give it a try too. So I made the decision to submit my storyboard to the special issue committee for review. I'm glad that I made the decision, but Yamanaka picked the storyboard I submitted apart. Could we get rid of Rika? I'm thinking maybe the plot would be easier to follow if we made her into someone everyone knows, like Oda Nobunaga or something. And when he said that, I snapped. I mentally snapped. Honestly speaking, I'm not trying to criticize editors here. That'd be like blaming others for one person's lame idea. All of this is criticism toward my first editor, Yamanaka, and has nothing to do with Jump editorial as a whole. So anyway, Yamanaka called me with the meeting results and said they accepted it. They gave chapter 1 a color page in front of the book. Oh yeah, you see that? Now you'll start doing what I say from now on, won't you? Also, they've transferred me. I'll be your editor until chapter 1 is proofed. So when is chapter 1 due? Yamanaka's transfer was set. Chapter 1 was finished at the expense of one man's noble sacrifice. Gege literally got this man fired, bro. Gege literally got this man fucking reassigned. He said, alright, bet. He said, you don't like my storyboard? Well, you can go to a different department. Hey, fuck it, I respect it. They looked at him different. He said, no, I'm sending in my fucking storyboard that I wrote. I don't care what you say. And then the fucking people above were like, the editor said he didn't like this? You go, enjoy the rest of your day. Send him in. Hey, Yamanaka. Go call Yamanaka. Come in here. Come in after Gege. Did he say anything about that random episode of Yuji School Crush? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it goes all the way up to this. So that was just the chapter commentary for Volume 0, Chapter 1. He's got chapter commentary for literally every chapter, guys. Like, that's why I thought this was so interesting to go through. Literally, he's got this for every chapter up to 64. What's up, Piggy? What's up, Molly? Yeah, go ahead and clock out for me. Oh my god. It stops at Eso vs. Kachizu, though. Yeah, unfortunately. Dang, okay, so we don't get that, then. Oh, well. Hopefully we get booked. Anyway, so let's go to Chapter 2. I'm a fan of Evangelion, or should I say, director Hideaki Anno. Akutami has a super cute habit where they tear up when they see footage of director Hayao Miyazaki and director Anno talking next to one another. The interrogation scene at the start is a knockoff of Seal from Evangelion. Seal with paper sliding doors. So the start of what's that? So the interrogation scene. So that's when they're all talking to Gojo and the higher ups. That's the very scene when chapter 2 volume 0 starts and they're all pressuring Gojo and they're like, you could have let Rika out, blah 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 blah, like she could have destroyed an entire town, what's wrong with you? I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, we're talking about chapter 2, so I'm pretty sure that's that, the higher up room. I personally never had a period of my life where I was mentally and physically worked to my limits in school sports clubs with a hardcore seniority system, and that's come to give me a bit of a complex. I'm not advocating for systems like that, mind you. That is why I always prefer to depict my manga characters having a hard time. In other words, I can't stand drawing characters like me, someone who hasn't done anything, just going about their business as usual. So I put in a training scene, albeit a short one. I put that perverted conversation in there as a desperate attempt to add more genre-faithful school elements into the story at the time. I thought about discreetly, so no one would find out, modeling Ijichi and Yaga off of celebrities, but like I said in Volume 0's postscript, I never intended on bringing Jujutsu over to the actual main magazine, so I went, whatever, probably like 5 people are gonna read this anyway, and gave them super obvious names and designs. I'm truly sorry about that, which we learned about earlier that Ijichi is literally based off a real-life character. So I guess Yaga apparently is too. And now he's like, well, shit, I have to keep these characters somewhat the same. And... sorry. Rika's concept was a girl who looked normal, but was actually bad news in retrospect. More evidence for Rika hate. A girl who uses her name as a first-person pronoun? That's cool stuff. For Rika's design, the top half of her head was open from being run over by a car and fully exposed her brain. But I realized it looked like a knockoff Nomu from My Hero Academia, and I redrew it. One of the hanging scrolls behind Geto, Death to Fools, is a reference to Old Man Calder from Zombie Powder. The Inumaki took his throat medicine without following the recommended directions. But how did that strike all of you readers? Jeez. We love the Zombie Powder reference. And I love that Gege's like, yeah, Inumaki definitely didn't take his throat medicine correctly. Okay, this is for Volume 0, Chapter 3. So this is still Volume 0. This is still before the main Jujutsu Kaisen series was created. Okay, Chapter 3. I made one very big mistake in Chapter 3. Too many people assembled when it was only supposed to be sorcerers who are semi-grade 1 or higher. The story goes forward under the logic that sorcerers are a rare commodity, so this was a bad mistake. But Ino casually showed up despite being a grade 2, since it was in character for him. I'd appreciate it if you'd just pretend that they all got together to celebrate someone's birthday that day. When Maki said, "Don't go thinking you've been recognized or something," I originally had it a bit more tearful for Maki in my storyboards. This is when Maki is talking with Yuta and she gets out of the room because Yuta's like, let's take down the Zenin clan, and she's like, and she tells herself, don't think you've been recognized just now. Thank you, China for the 5 gifted. Appreciate the love. Thank you so much, China Thank you so much, seriously, for all the donos. Let's see. But I thought that would be pushing it, and I sent it off as is, thinking, I'll fix it when I do the underdrawing. And guess what? Katayama, my new editor, told me I felt like her crying in the scene was a bit overboard. He gets it. This man gets it. Akutami often sends in his storyboards with spots they want to correct left in, but it's reassuring to have my editor point them out without telling them. Nakayama, you son of a gun. in Kenka Shoba, Kenka Kagyo, there are a lot of scenes where both guys go, "I'm gonna kill you," and state their intent to the reader. I'm a big fan of that, so I shaped the last part of chapter 3 in that style because I thought it was important to share the assumption with the readers that, yes, this is a fight, but they're going to be fighting to kill. Loud Gaming, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate the love from everybody. Thank you. Crimson Titan is somehow just avoiding every single gifted membership. It's crazy because in the chat, Crimson Titan talked right before anybody got a gifted, so I was like, oh shit, he got it. No, he did not. I don't know why. This is crazy. He doesn't want it enough. Yeah, exactly. That's why. The way chapters 3 and 4 developed were essentially how I envisioned the climax of my previous work, number 9, if it got picked up as a full series instead of being confined to a one-shot. This will come off as a little uncool, but while I'm positive that it would have been more interesting if done in number 9, miniseries or not, this could have been my last shot at the series, so I decided, instead of holding back my ideas, let's try going with a brand new approach, and I incorporated the climax into the story. Damn, so get those big climax and everything, you know, all of this last big fight was like Gege really throwing everything at the board and going, fuck it, I'm just going to use my best ideas right now if I'm never going to be able to make a series ever again, which is respectable. Definitely respectable. Hey, what's up, Vex? Happy to have you. We missed you. That's why Geto vs. Yuta goes hard. So true. Alright, and then the last chapter of Volume 0. For Rika's power-ups, I had initially envisioned them to increase little by little with the number of PDAs with Yuta, like hand-holding dates or hugs. Gege. My man. It would be less of a binding vow and more of a simple sacrifice. But several factors, time constraints, the idea seeming too sexually exploitative, and me wanting to give this story a nice, neat ending led to me settling on this. In Chapter 3, I made a lot of line corrections in order to maintain consistency between the series, as it appears in the main magazine and when Volume 0's graphic novel came out. One such change was Gojo originally saying, "There's no way that I would mistake the odor of his cursed energy," in order to ensure no one thought he was talking about Geto's farts. I changed it to residuals instead. Little things like that. I'm fucking done. I'm so done. However, Chapter 4 had a whole bunch of those instances. It might be interesting for people with the serialized version to spot the differences. I added in Gojo's line about Michizane Sugawara as a parting gift to the late Yamanaka-san. He always was talking about wanting to add in a real-life historical figure. He said, let me roast my fucking first editor's fucking dead body a little bit real quick at the end of my series. He said, you know what? Maybe I will throw in the real life historical character for the end. Gege, he was already dead. Why'd you have to do it like that? This is crazy. Gege really is Sukuna in real life, bro. You can't convince me otherwise. What's the most interesting and fun thing you've read so far that you might use for a vid? I definitely made a couple. I made the draft for Mechamaru if Mechamaru was alive, and if Mai was alive. And also just this whole idea is a great idea for a lot of cool shorts. And there's a whole section about the world of Jujutsu that goes into all the different curse techniques and goes into the specific, explanations for things that we might not get complete explanation for in the actual manga itself. I may or may not go over those on stream, but that does exist, so I'm sure there will be a lot of things in there that will be good for just character dissection, going over characters' techniques and stuff like that. Let me finish the chapter 4 commentary. The reason Okkotsu's uniform is white is the same reason why problem children are forced to sit in the most easy to spot desks in class, and he would switch to black like everyone else after Rika's curse was unraveled. It's white again in the main series, so I hope all of you Okkotsu fans look forward to it. Also, I think that I'll touch upon it in the main series, but if the forces, curse spirits, hadn't been divided between Shinjuku and Kyoto, Geto would have won instead. Damn! My boy speaking Kenjaku's words all the way back in fucking chapter 4 of volume 0. Ain't no one can tell me Gege forgot. Or Gege does not know what the fuck he's doing. This man all the way back in commentary, you know what I mean? Double down. If the forces weren't divided between Shinjuku and Kyoto, Geto would have won. Man, I love Gege's twisted personality. Wish they would have made Yuji Shibuya love interest into an awakened sorcerer he had to fight. That would have been peak, I won't lie to you. That actually would have been pretty fire. All right, guys, and that was his chapter commentary for Volume 0, which honestly was really interesting. Like I said, I love reflecting on Gege's, thoughts, especially as he was just crafting the series to begin with. Hearing how literally Jujutsu Kaisen was him just putting his all into his what he thought might have been his final series, and just giving the finger to his first editor, and that's how we got Jujutsu Kaisen as it was, because his editor was trying to change shit. And the fact that Gege is just so petty that he not only got his first editor fired, quote unquote, he decided to put what his first editor wanted him to do in the ending anyway. That was just funny. Yeah, peak origin story. And I love that even in the beginning of this, he's like, yeah, you know what? I like the first idea better with the paranormal society. And now we're going to get into the chapter commentary for the actual main series itself up to chapter 64. Now, I won't lie to you, these ones are not as long and in-depth. I imagine he kind of drew these up just as notes, as opposed to, the Volume 0 were actually his thoughts and beginnings of the entire series itself. So, they're still interesting, don't get me wrong, especially seeing what he thought about specific moments in the series and what he was thinking of as he made them. But keep in mind, these won't be as long. So, Volume 1, Chapter 1, Ryomen Sukuna. I used Bleach Chapter 1 as my jump-off point. Hey, no one can beat the Bleach inspirations. Literally, that's crazy. Literally crazy. Jujutsu Kaisen Chapter 1 is literally just based off of Bleach Chapter 1. Whatchamacallit. I would normally wonder what my own spin on the Naruto Kyuubi nine-tailed fox would look like, and I thought using someone incompatible would make for an interesting dynamic, which is how I came up with Sukuna. Hey, no one, you can't beat the Naruto references either. Gege literally said, alright, so what if Naruto and Kyuubi didn't get along? The thing is, I failed the serialization meeting due to the things being so based on Volume 0 that it deviated from the structure of a shonen manga's first chapter. Katayama-san also pointed out to me even before I submitted, and I totally agreed with him, but the run in Giga was somewhat of a moderate success, so it made me go, I mean, it should be fine, right? Before the meeting. Katayama-san also went, I mean, I don't see why not, but it rightfully flunked, causing the two of us to reflect on our decisions and go, how in the heck did we think this would fly? We eventually settled on its current incarnation. If I were to draft the chapter now, I would probably combine the hospital and the school and put Itadori's grandpa in the position of the occult research club. That's interesting. That's interesting. Again, even more proof that Gege is like, yeah, you know what? I probably would do this a little bit more. And I'm sure we get Togashi and Hunter x Hunter as an inspiration. But he mentioned that, I think, last stream, but I'm sure we'll hear stuff, too, as we go through the chapters. Gege feels like Yuji's grandpa was a wasted character. I feel that. He was like, you know what? I would have made Yuji's grandpa a little bit more relevant, which is fair. Chapter 2, Secret Execution. People often tell me that it's a good thing that Satoru Gojo is as powerful as Kakashi Sensei, but I always tell them that he's not in Kakashi Sensei's league. Damn, Gege even knows the power difference between New Gen and the Big Three. That's crazy. He said, guys, Gojo would get cooked by Kakashi. Let's be real. I think that's so funny. As for Gojo's design, it's less inspired by Kakashi and more of that one proctor during the Chunin exams with his head wrapped in bandages and his headband as a blindfold. That design really had an impact on me at the time, but I brought it up to Kishimoto Sensei when I met him and he replied, oh, was that a character? Damn, that's so crazy. Gege was like, yeah, that character made me completely come up with Gojo, and Kishimoto was like, who? I know exactly who he's talking about, too. I know exactly who he's fucking talking about. I gotta show you. I can't find him. This guy. Hold on. This guy. Gege said, this is my Gojo inspiration. So deep in the NPC iceberg. Kishimoto didn't even remember making this character. So funny. Is it anime only? That would be even funnier. Where's the manga? Hold on. Tombo Tobitake. We gotta look him up. Is he an anime only character? That would be even funnier. That would be even more. Yeah, that. He is in the manga. Okay. He is in the manga. For like one scene. He exists. That would be funny though. That's hysterical. That's really funny. Tobutake Tanbo. Gotta remember his name. Only 2 chapters in and the revelations are crazy. Chapter 3, For Myself. In the serialization meeting, I submitted Chapter 4 as Chapter 3, but I changed it after I was told, I think things are moving too fast. I felt left behind. When you have the mindset of, I'm doing you a favor and helping you out, and you don't get the response you want from the person you're helping, it's dangerously easy to start feeling betrayed. Like, hey, what gives? I helped you. To avoid falling into that trap, I slotted this chapter in. I think the concept of the facade being a private religious school was a little hard to understand, especially with essentially being a facility with an odd array of temples and shrines. Although the barrier obscures them from people's minds, that's funded with public money. They get people who make nagging inquiries, so they often lie. Yep, we're privatized. Just a religious school here. Okay, so this was, and chapter 3 for myself, that is the chapter where he meets, Yaga, and basically goes on the whole deal with, fighting Yaga's doll. So, we were gonna go right from chapter 2 to meeting with Nobara, and then his editor was like, nah, you gotta develop the school a little bit more. Which is fair. Fucking, it's so crazy to me that Gege's editors, even at this point, are like, whoa, bro, you're going a little too fast. Let's stop and develop the world a little bit more. People aren't going to figure that out. And Gege's like, I guess you're right. Chapter 4, Girl of Steel. Kugisaki's debut chapter. When I'm coming up with story elements, it really helps that Kugisaki is the one character out of the main 3 that practically writes herself. There's the scene where the guy comes up and asks, hey there, you got a minute? But according to a female friend, pickup artists and these kinds of scouts always cut right to the chase from the word go. So I failed in the reality aspect here. The scene where they delight over Roppongai was parodying Shizukanaru Dan Yakuza side story, but no one ever mentioned or called me out for it. I love how Gege always takes in advice from his friends. He's like, hey, what did you think about this? Chapter 5, Start. I watched Horikoshi Sensei's interview about My Hero Academia on a program hosted by the comedian Kendo Kobayashi, and learned about the importance of preparing your peaks in advance after your first chapter. That's how I did things. As of chapter 6, Fearsome Womb. However, I got worse reception than I thought from the feedback questionnaires up to chapter 4, so I was like, there's no time to waste, and put more oomph in creating the hook here than expected. I was told that a dour hook could tank my votes even more. I think it means dark. But since I would have regretted not going full throttle, I kept it as is and submitted anyway. Chapter 6, Fearsome Womb. Due to the nature of juvenile detention centers, getting reference material was pretty hard, so I had the fight move to an incomplete domain, a ridiculously big maze with no curse technique or can't miss effects applied. I really do enjoy drawing people clashing their opinions. Huh. I guess he's talking about Yuji and Megumi talking about the dead juvenile person that Yuji wants to bring his corpse out, and Megumi's like, that's a waste of time, bro. Is this person really worth saving? That's how it all started. Chapter 7, Fearsome Womb, Part 2. The original plan was for Itadori to gain his realization from Chapter 3 here. But since I already did that, I had to change things to what you see here. I thought it would be a good idea to draw out whether Kugisaki was alive or dead to a whole chapter. But I couldn't keep that story going for long, so I made her rescue quick and snappy. Damn, Gege definitely got more into his comfort zone after this. Up to this point, the reader questionnaire response was still really shaky. So basically, Itadori having his whole, I have to be a sorcerer for myself. I'm not doing it for anyone else, because if I don't become a sorcerer and Sukuna kills someone or a curse kills someone, I feel like that's going to be my fault. Yuji was supposed to have that realization here, but instead we got the, holy shit, I was running track like a week ago. What has my life become? Chapter 8, Fearsome Womb, Part 3, and also, it's so funny that, like, he's like, I thought I could draw Kugisaki's alive or dead to a whole chapter, but I couldn't keep it going for that long. Here he is, we haven't heard about Nobara in over 130-something chapters. He's definitely gotten over that fear. Hey, Brendan. Not a problem at all. Thanks for being here. Chapter 8. I don't really have anything to say about this chapter. It's the first time I enjoyed the storyboarding and manuscript process since I started serialization. No, actually, I think I'm lying. I don't think that I've ever enjoyed drawing the manuscript. This is where I started seeing some rays of hope from the questionnaires. Chapter 8, is that when Sukuna starts beating shit up? Yeah, that's when Sukuna shows up. Part 9. Fearsome Womb, Part 4. Or Chapter 9. I prepared that unfair lifeline in order to flesh out Fushiguro's character, but it served as a lesson that there are some things you can only grasp once you actually make a character say lines in your manuscript. Fushiguro, in the end, unintentionally wound up a lot like Mikimo-kun from World Trigger, and it made me break a cold sweat afterward. I was a little worried that the "live a long life, okay?" line would be too much like Gajiro Sato-san, and people would laugh at it, but no one really said a word about it from storyboarding till after coming out in the magazine, so I assume it went over alright. Damn, where's JSARP, the World Trigger reference over here? Mikumo-kun. Not Mukuro, Mikumo. I might have mispronounced that. Mikumo-kun. Gajiro Sato-san. Personally speaking, Chapter 8 had a healthier response, but I had a temporary surge in the questionnaires, and the point they started to get shaky was Chapter 9 onward. No, he didn't really mention Maharaga here, Julius, which is interesting. Chapter 10, After the Rain. If I recall, there was a serialization meetings to decide which manga start and which manga end, and I think I spent the whole meeting like, if I get axed, I'll just go ahead and let Itadori die. Good thing I didn't. Itadori? I set a goal for myself that I'd put some kind of I want to be stronger line somewhere in order to try to be more like a classic shonen manga, but I managed to do it earlier than I expected. As for Jogo, I feel like I tried to give his design the same kind of visual clarity as Mr. 3 from One Piece. I love that. He was like, you know what? Isn't that insane? The fact that do authors really meet up like once a week and they just watch people get chopped, that get put on the chopping block? Is that what happens? Is that what Gege just described to me right here? Everyone shows up once a week and it's like fucking Survivor and you just vote someone off the island? That's how he makes it seem. He makes it seem like, all right, serialization meeting. Hope I get to survive. That makes all of our favorite manga getting axed seem so much more like evil. Like everyone just watches as the other authors get taken out and everyone else is just like shaking their head, but they're quiet because they know even next week that could be them on the chopping block. What's up, Sticky Fingers? Yeah, it's rough out there. It's cutthroat. Yeah, who's Mr. 3? I'm not a big One Piece guy. So we're gonna look up Mr. 3 from One Piece. What? What? This is the what? This is who Gege wanted Jogo to come off like? Okay, respect, I guess. Not sure where the reference comes together there, but okay. Fair enough, Gege. Loud Gaming with the 10 gifted members. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you. That's a big buck dono right there. Thank you to everyone who's donated this stream and has tried so hard to get Crimson Titan Crimson Titan a membership. Appreciate you, Tiberius, coming in with the gifted membership here. Still not Crimson Titan. I don't know what is going on here. Can I hold on? I can't. No, I was wondering if you could gift someone specifically a membership. Because I think YouTube partnered up with somebody. They gave some kind of thing where like you get one free gifted membership to give someone a month or something like that. I don't know what they did, but it's not like it's like Twitch Prime, but not. I don't know what that is. But either way, thank you again for everyone. Hit that like button if you haven't already, guys, as well. But yeah, Mr. 3 is a little crazy. That's okay. China Doll said, dang, everyone should be a member now. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Literally, YouTube's picking everyone but Crimson and RM. The two top chatters, which is crazy. Some of the two biggest people in the community. There's got to be something going on. Something screwy's going on. Chapter 11, A Dream. The action scene on top of the giant bone at the start is the stiffiest in Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm sorry for it. If I recall, this is where I had my first break. But as soon as I went on break, I came down with a fever and cried to myself. I've heard of this happening to manga artists all the time. Damn it! I liked Vegeta's line from Dragon Ball, complaining about there being so many Super Saiyans that it's a Super Saiyan bargain sale. So Gojo's line about the higher-ups being a bargain sale of rotten tangerines came from that. Gege, I love Gege. Gege literally fucking shares all of his fucking inspirations on his sleeve, without a doubt. Hey, Molly, thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that. 6 jumping in literally just to flex his verified check. All right, bro. I'll see you in 17k subs. Don't worry. I'll make sure your streams is the first one I test my check out on. Don't worry. All right, so that was 11. That's so funny that like literally just copied Super Saiyan bargain sale. And bro, I feel that, Gege. That's the shittiest thing about being self-employed. And I assume it's pretty much almost similar for manga artists. Like days off, like if you get sick, you're not really getting paid for that day off. You can't just take a PTO sick day. It's like, damn, I just wasted my fucking vacation getting sick. I wasted the one vacation that I did get paid for, and I'm sick. Chapter 12, Pushing Forward. For the flaking out on job scene, I actually had a totally different set of lines in store. The flaking out on job scene. I got told, yeah, this might turn off readers, so I kept the art the same and just changed the lines. Fushiguro might have been a little rough in his apology to Tadashi's mother by essentially telling her that he didn't want to save her son, but it seemed dishonest if he apologized while hiding that fact. By the way, if Akutami was Fushiguro, then they would have made it sound like they did their best. What a jerkwad. Huh. Damn. Fushiguro's a dick. What do you mean demonetization? What you talking about, Willis? Simple domain. Da da da. W different strokes reference. Common L from Potential Man. Giga's been fueling the burn allegations from day one. Chapter 13, watching movies. You should either go all out for training arcs or just not do it at all. That was my editor's advice to me, and I opted not to do it at all. I never had any intentions of improving, so I decided that if I had him lose a ton in real battles and have him get stronger, the readers would come to approve even without a training arc. The way Gojo said, watching movies was supposed to be the same as when Kakashi-sensei went, we climb trees. But Kakashi-sensei working and wearing out his students made for a more appealing manga scene, I'm sure. Well, now we know why Yuji just literally suffers. Now we literally know why Yuji just gets beat the fuck up as much as possible. Real experience over training all day. He said, nah, fuck training. I'm just gonna beat my character up until he has until people are like, yeah, he deserves to be where he's at. This is what I mean, and this is why I literally said that these chapter commentaries were exactly why I wanted to put this to a stream. Exactly why I wanted to put this to a stream. I said thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, right, Molly? I got sidetracked. Thank you. You get 2 thank yous if I said thank you before, but I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Chapter 14, Assault. 10 toes on defending Megumi. I did. Sometimes I forget. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. If I recall, at the time, Detective Conan, the one with Amuro-san, was popular. I'm gonna draw cool guys too, I said, drawing the chapter with gusto. However, I got told by a girl who claimed to be Amuro's girlfriend, you should have picked a cooler opponent for him to face, you dummy. Hey, come on, Jogo's cool too, you know. Yeah, Gege based. Whoever said that, fake fan. Absolute fake fan. Get out of here. Jogo Gang confirmed. Chapter 15, Domain. The movie that's playing, where the character was calling for Sam, was supposed to be I Am Legend, but in the anime, it became Lord of the Rings. I rifled through the anime storyboards, checked my editor, and basically left the rest to the staff, but since I find different readings like this is fun, I let them slide so long as it's nothing major. As for the average Jujutsu sorcerer burning up just by entering the domain, Gojo is extremely powerful, resulting in that debuff being applied. Or Jogo is extremely powerful, resulting in that being applied. Itadori being okay inside is either because of Sukuna, Gojo, or Itadori not being average, but I'll leave that up for all of you to decide. What Gojo smashed with his domain was a meteor, quote unquote, that Jogo launched as a preliminary test and doesn't have any can't miss effects. I like Jogo's line here because it sounds something like Rao Watanabe-san, a solo comedian, would say. Damn, so Jogo fucking dropped the meteor before we all knew. They give the iconic panel as this chapter commentary page. The Unlimited Void. Chapter 16, Affection. Excluding chapters 1 and 2, it's my first color page. I ended up making the drawing pretty reserved, all things considered. Reading it back now, Mahito looks like a flirtatious hunk. Has he always been this debonair? I gotta look up this color page now. Shit. Jujutsu Kaisen doi. Mahito's not even in that. Weird, but okay. Weird. Anyway. Oh, that was both chapter 16 and 17. He didn't say anything for chapter 17. I think. Yeah, nothing for 17. Unless they forgot to put it in. Chapter 18, Bottom. When dealing with diss battles, even if I come up with some nice phrasing, I'll sometimes go, would this character actually say this? And it will stall the back and forth. Happens a lot with Yuji. I'm glad that it comes out without a hitch for Mai. I didn't intend on drawing Miwa so cutesy at this point in time, but once she actually debuted, she was the most charming. So I went full swing in that direction for her afterward. I'm personally a fan of the Sakamichi group, but I'm just a fan of their TV Tokyo programs, so I've never been to meet and greet. I asked for details about them from a Hello Project Otaku who lived in Wakayama and used to be a groupie for Magnolia Factory. I asked a doctor friend of mine about what would have caused the three boys' deaths, and he told me increased pressure to the brain. But then he later told me, aw man, escalated instead of increase would have sounded more medical. Then you should have told me that from the frickin' start, dude. He's talking about the scene when Mahito kills all the people in the movie. Or is that... Yeah, that's the movie. Chapter 19, Young Fish and Reverse Punishment. Yoshino's debut. The initial plan for Young Fish and Reverse Punishment was to show a detached kid going through hell, like in Kanai Minato Sensei's novel Confessions. And that actually did end up happening, but I totally screwed up in showing Yoshino's character. Plus, I went through the story with my feelings toward him being in the same vein as Light Yagami's feelings toward Misa Misa in Death Note. I wanted to think, Yoshino, please don't die, please be my friend, but chalk that up to a lack of skill on my part. It's frustrating. On the contrary, I really got into Nanami, and I tend to imagine that maybe I would have gotten axed if he weren't in this arc. Did anyone catch the Bobobo reference with the one transfigured human? Hey, thanks for coming by for your break, you boy. You should talk about Wee Wee's special grade potential due to his white attire. It's a good point. Oh, adult Wee Wee should be special grade? Yeah, Wee Wee has big time potential, I think for sure. I believe that without a doubt. That's just... Yeah, Gege really is an interesting character. Chapter 20, Young Fish and Reverse Punishment Part 2. Nanami's curse technique was something I thought of before I started planning Jujutsu, and I was simply delighted to see it realized in the series. On the other hand, Itadori's Divergent Fist is, well, one of those things, you know what I mean. The information divulgence binding vow increases the effects of one's curse technique is a knockoff restriction and vow, is a knockoff of vow from Hunter x Hunter. I often get praised for this idea, but I just did it in a louder voice. Togashi Sensei, who did it without saying anything, pulled it off far better. I feel like the contradictions between imaginary vengeful spirits, Jogo's ideals, and the mechanisms behind curse spirits spawning will get explained by the word that occasionally shows up in the series. Self-supporting. Yep, that Hunter x Hunter love. I love how Gege is like, people always praise me for coming up with this, but it wasn't me, it was Gege. Chapter 21, Young Fish and Reverse Punishment Part 3. Speaking honestly, it's hard rereading the Yoshino stuff, and it's even kind of tough to listen to his lines in the anime. I'm so sorry, Yamaya-san. The surname Yoshio was actually a placeholder in the storyboards, and I think I actually wanted to make it Kanata. I didn't pay attention, and I left it as is. So I was like, well, the name is kind of plant-like, so maybe it'll mislead people, and signed off on it. I have a friend with the same surname. Gege stay fucking killing the people that he knows in real life in his stories, bro. He really is like Yagami be fucking writing people's names in the Death Note. To this day, he happily lugs around a beefy camera and goes to photo sessions with the sexy internet ladies. What, Gege? If there's anyone who's feeling lost over Yoshino, feel free to fill that void with this Yoshino-kun instead. Note: Yuji, Fushiguro, and Nobara's names are derived from the Japanese knotweed, the catchfly, and wild Japanese rose, respectively. Yoshino can be either a Yoshinogusa, a type of cherry blossom, or a Yoshinosu, a type of chrysanthemum. Hence, why it would mislead people into thinking Yoshino would join the cast. Gege was trying to pull off the Junpei trolling even in Junpei's name. He was like, yeah, look, he fits the he fits the main trio's naming, you know, attire. Wouldn't he fit right well in the story? Gege does know what he's doing. Have a good night, Molly. Thanks for stopping by. Young Fish in Reverse Punishment 4. The action scene at the beginning was an homage to Yutaka Nakamura's part in the anime film Sword of the Stranger. Mahito's curse technique was something I pulled from a piece of backstory that I planned to be a core element of my one-shot number 9 if it ever got serialized. Maybe it will become just as important in Jujutsu too. At least, it should be. I rarely draw fat characters, and so Tamura-sensei on the page is fatter than I assumed. Well damn, Gege, okay. The fat phobia be crazy. Sword of the Stranger is a good movie. Chapter 23, Young Fish in Reverse Punishment, Part 5. In the end, I feel like I still haven't given an explanation for expanded or extended curse techniques, right? An extended curse technique is sort of like a sorcerer's original ability, made by expanding the interpretation of one's innate technique. The ability to gain a critical hit off of a 7-to-3 ratio is from the innate technique, and the ability to imbue curse energy into whatever he destroyed with the prior ability to launch an indirect attack is Collapse, extended curse technique. I like the work of the animator Gosei Oda, but the fluid and immense sequence for Collapse in the anime was extremely cool. It really made you feel the pedigree of Shingo Yamashita-san, the animator most well known for handling the openings. I love that Gege enjoys his own anime. Chapter 24. One thing I'm self-conscious of that occasionally pops up is that I don't like bringing up real-life movies in the series because I don't want to give off the vibe that I'm an avid movie watcher. That's another reason why Yoshino is so hard for me to draw. The part about Itadori fearing that the choice to kill will find its way into his life is something I sincerely thought while watching Breaking Bad. Yo, you listening to me, sensei? Hey, Gege loves Breaking Bad. Gege loves peak fiction, confirmed. Gege said, yeah. Yuji's unsure if being wanting to kill is just like Walter White, he said. Chapter 25, Narrow-Minded. I had been trying to avoid narration due to not being confident in my writing skills, but I ended up doing it in Chapter 25. At this point, it wasn't too bad, because you could see them as being Jujutsu High's logs. But seeing how these would pop up in battle depictions as well, I'm slowly but surely tying the noose around my neck. Currently looking for people to supervise my writing. Often as of late, I've been catching myself going, huh? Didn't I use this exact same phrasing before? My vocabulary really sucks. I like real sounding names because it adds a layer of reality to the story, but this is probably one of those times when I shouldn't. To all the Shoto Itos around the country, I'm sorry. Have any of you been catching that every time I put in a scene of civilians witnessing curtains or curse spirits, I include some people who can see them and some that can't? Gege really is an interesting fucking guy, man. Gege really did, for sure, tie himself with that narration. He knew what he was doing. He was like, oh no. He was like, oh no. I'm gonna start narrating things and then things are gonna get crazy. And what happened? What happened? Gege's so random, yet not. Gege really be going with the flow while he wrote this manga. Isn't that crazy? I love that he hates the Junpei part. Like, he does not enjoy that part at all. He's like, it's hard for me to even go back and consider that part of my manga. Which, that's the part that got me into Jujutsu Kaisen, was when you killed fucking Junpei. Chapter 26, To You Someday. I have a friend named Takuma Ito who demanded I put him in the manga, so I tinkered with the name a bit and put him in. His face in the panel is his debut scene with the nameplate looked a bit like him. After that I switched to my style. Ino fans across the country. Ino actually exists. Wow. Takuma Ino is based off of Gege's friend. The Shiesty Sorcerer is literally based off of Gege's friend. No wonder he's the freaking MVP and he didn't die. Ino is literally based off of literally based off of Gege's friend. That's also why Ino kept getting beat the fuck up. Damn, that's crazy. I wonder if homie hit him up after Toji rearranged his face and he was like, bro, what the fuck, man? Why'd you have Toji beat me up? That's crazy. The most commonly used medium for Shikigami are cursed talismans or strands of hair. Ino is a hair type. So that confirms Yuta using strands of hair for Shikigami. So that's what Druve also did. So that confirms it right there. That's how Shikigami are formed, either with strands of hair or with talismans. As for the title, To You Someday, it was because I thought that what Yuji said, who are you making excuses to? You're just trying to convince yourself, would sting to some nerds out there someday. Gege, who hurt you, bro? Does that mean 10 shadows are also hair? I would imagine that's more shadow stuff, and that didn't change, right? Chapter 27 had to put this iconic scene as the main page. Yeah, ha, nerd, coming from Gege specifically. Chapter 27, What If? Personally, I think that this is where the excitement of this arc finally amps up. Way to be late, Gege! I remember that when I was drawing Junpei's transfiguration scene, Da Pump's USA, a song that was all the rage, started autoplaying. I had yet to listen to it at the time, and it was such a banger that I ended up getting carried away in the beat. Sorry, Yoshino. Damn, Gege said I was feeling myself when I was drawing your death scene. That's why it was so brutal. Who is this man? Mahito's line, you overthink things when you should act, which puts you in some pretty bad spots, essentially means overthinking things isn't good. And since I'm the type to lack any spontaneity between thinking and taking action, I also meant it as a slam against myself. One of my friends had the manager at their part-time job form a clique and bully other part-timers, so he just up and whacked him with a steel folding chair right there on the spot. I think I'd like to be like that myself. Well, violence is never the solution, but I assume you get what I mean with spontaneity. Gege is one of a kind, man. Also, Gege strikes me as the kind of guy that's friends with the wildest of people. How many friends has Gege had so far in this fucking story? How many of them are just Gege? I said for the ha 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 spread in a meeting, maybe I should draw it 3 times in 6 pages, you know, with Itadori crying and stuff. And then you get those two going like, oh, look at him crying. But when it came time to draft the storyboards, I finally came back to my senses. Bro was trying to turn the laughing scene into the 6-page Muda. That's insane to me. Gege really hates Yuji. Suffering makes Yuji stronger. That's what we learned already, right? Gege himself basically said it. Chapter 28, I'm gonna kill you. Excluding chapter 1, it's my first lead color page. Front of the magazine, if anyone doesn't know. I remember being relieved that it landed right on an action chapter. Honestly, I wanted to make Itadori go even more off the rails, but I ended up pumping the brakes at an awkward spot. I drew part of Mahito forming his substitute body in the corner of one of the panels, so try to find it. Damn, Gege really dropped the whole secret Mahito dropping his substitute body as in like a quick little corner part of the panel. Huh. Chapter 29, Growth. In a previous chapter, when Nanami said, some people really are rotten, it could refer to people who are so evil that they're rotten. Or, some people are so rotten that there's no recourse but to kill them. But in this chapter, Itadori ended up killing the latter. If you asked me if you could place the wound paintings in this prior category, I'd have mixed feelings. Huh. So Gege specifically making a difference even right here for the death paintings, compared to the disaster curses. Chapter 30. As you've probably noticed by now, Nanami doesn't fare well in barrier techniques. The bakery in the flashback was a cake shop that I had in my reference materials, and when I had my assistant draw it, I told him, this is supposed to be a bakery, so make sure to change the sign to read something else. What he handed back to me was bakery, 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 which had all of the energy of a response in the last half of an Ogiri game, a funny answer game, and I remember laughing out loud. It was so funny that I left it as is. I had a blast drawing people like Nanami's scummy supervisor. I wonder if I'll ever have someone similar show up. I had a feeling that Nanami was actually going to die in this chapter, but every character's actions ended up culminating in the outcome that we have now. I used to hear that before starting a serialization, the characters will surpass the script. That used to confuse me, but experiencing the phenomenon firsthand got me high as a kite. Gege loved finding out he loves storytelling. The characters reach past Nanami's narration. Gege landed a black flash with the pen. Yo, so true. He said, damn, they actually pulled it off. I mean, that explains why Sukuna's just been getting away with murder. He's like, you know what? Sukuna should be able to get out of this. You know what? Sukuna should be able to get out of this. You know what? Sukuna should be able to get out of this. This proves that, like the one person that tweeted to me, oh, Gege could have just not had Sukuna do domain expansion. Clearly, Gege is no longer writing the story here. It also mirrors him killing Nobara based off of how her character acts. True. Gege truly believes he's writing a character-driven story. Chapter 31, tomorrow. I originally had it so that you couldn't use curse techniques for a short while after a domain expansion, but as I was drafting out the storyboard, I changed couldn't use to hard to use. Thanks to that, Mahito seemed to have a harder time. I thought that Itadori's natural correct death sounded too arrogant, so I'm glad that he's starting to second guess himself, question himself. I'm relieved that I managed to show Satomura Sensei's decent side, and his past not decent side. Chapter 32, Introspection. When I was drawing the color page, I referenced some clothes I didn't think I would normally use from a fashion magazine, but they added some marketing text like hashtag casual outfits to the page, and I remember being like, huh? The term casual wear was mentioned at the meeting, I think. Well, as they say in Japanese business, ho ren so, report, contact, discuss. The part about coercing a vow is probably on another page. At this point in time, I had become a junkie to the high I got off of my characters surpassing the script like last time. I was pleading, one more, let me feel that high one more time, please. That's why I had a lot of elements of uncertainty sprinkled throughout the Goodwill event. The majority of the Kyoto school members were shaped from that. That's probably why they're such dog shit. By the way, I really respect Yoshio Kojima, a comedian, because he's buff, can speak English, and he's funny. Chapter 33, Kyoto Sister School Goodwill Event Team Battle Part 0. In regard to Inumaki's curse technique, Maki said, Toge's on a different level. That of course refers to the fact that curse speech boasts peak performance, but in a more general sense, it means it's so famous that everyone knows about it. Slaughter Demon was one of the few curse tools that Maki owned herself, so Gojo wronged her pretty badly here. As I was drawing the strategy meeting, I thought to myself, man, World Trigger is awesome. Gege and JCRP on the same wavelength. If I recall, around this time, both World Trigger and My Hero Academia were both in the middle of team battles of their own, and they were so, like, you know, man, yeah. I guess we know what Gege's ongoing inspirations were for Jujutsu Kaisen. Chapter 34. The initial plan for the Tokyo side was to match Todo with either the student who seemed capable of going toe-to-toe with him physically, Panda, or the student who was a plethora of moves to deal with him, Fushiguro. Was being the key word there. Also, I think the Todo's "you're kidding" line here. I think I like Todo's "you're kidding" line here. I love how Gege acting like he's not the one writing his own story. Chapter 35. Yeah, Fushiguro would have gotten stomped. Yeah, Panda or Megumi was not doing anything against Todo. I remember being excited when my manga mentor told me that the imaginary memories part made them laugh. In the course of working on the team battle, I had to think about how the students would communicate with one another. But considering that I didn't really want to go all in with the battle thing, and I was going to have a barrier or curtain or something interrupt the event, I made up an excuse and was like, as a treat to myself, I won't go out of my way to have them mention regular radio usage or anything like that. And I eventually settled on them using their cell phones. Kugisaki thankfully explains it away later on. Todo usually doesn't try to use his curse technique, but 2 of the third years not knowing about it might have been a stretch. Speaking of stretches, when Itadori saw Mechamaru's Ultra Cannon charging in the magazine, he said, "A beam?" But another author pointed out to me through my editor when they asked, should Itadori really know this? I thought, oh yeah, Itadori has a really good intuition here. So in the graphic novel release, I changed it to a, what? I'm glad that everyone also thought the imaginary Todo scene was funny. Chapter 36. I think it's around this part when I started to be conscious about something I would constantly hear from my editor. I'd like Itadori to have some special attacks. Though, what ended up debuting wasn't a special attack exclusive to him. I don't really have much to say about this part, other than Todo's energetic. I love how, like, Gege was like, alright, bet. I'll give him something that everyone else can do. How does that sound? Gege fucking can't stand Yuji, bro. Chapter 37. Yep. Todo's energetic, alright. Literally, that's it. That's all he wrote. That's all he wrote for 37. Chapter 38. When I was starting the Goodwill event, I heard rumors that battles that don't focus on the protagonist tend to go over badly in the questionnaires. But I remember the Panda vs Mechamaru fight actually went over really well. Maybe because it actually had a decisive winner and loser and a rare change of pace? The things on Panda's fists, what do you call them? Brass knuckles? Well, whatever they are, there was a panel of one of them fluttering in the wind, but I always envisioned them having a metal plate packed inside of them. I goofed. God damn, Panda's packing heat? Is that what you're telling me, bro? Those aren't just fucking fancy design gloves, they're actually full-on brass knuckles, bro. Panda's rearranging motherfuckers' jaws? God damn. That's crazy. Panda's Rock Lee, but at the but on his hands. Chapter 39. I just noticed this now, but I only started drawing Yaga's eyebrows halfway through. He didn't even have them in the beginning. Panda's line about people going through a lot not being necessarily right, and Yuji's line back in chapter 5 about everyone having reasons, so having a more serious one doesn't make you better than anyone. These are both things that I normally try to look out for, as I think they're pretty important values, but they're usually reserved for small panels, so they don't come off as too preachy. We see Gege bring this theme up multiple times. He even brings this up in the Yuji vs Mahito climax in Shibuya. Chapter 40. This is Maki's first time in action in the main series. Gosh, it's great that Mei-san gave her such a glowing review, eh? Speaking of Mei Mei-san, she is one of my very favorite characters. Gege, you are based. Yes. Yes! Jogo! Mei Mei! The ultimate duo! Real ones, no! Mei Mei is one of my favorite characters, so I wish I spent more time on Volume 12's cover. I tell ya, it's gonna haunt me that I wasn't able to really do a drawing of my favorite character justice. Especially when said drawing is on a graphic novel cover in perpetuity. Mei Mei is Gege's favorite character. That's crazy. Same level as Nanami. Crazy insane. Have to see Gege's chapter commentary on that one chapter with Mei Mei and Wee Wee. Have to see Gege's chapter commentary for that, for sure. We need that second Databook stat. The allegations need to be proven wrong, Gege. Chapter 41, and this is Nobara's big scene. I was worried that maybe the main gist of the hook from the last chapter was a little too contemporary. It seemed like the kind of exchange that'd be misinterpreted. I once touched upon an issue that arose from cognitive distortion toward female actresses and female doctors, that they should be a quote-unquote certain way, but I'm not really all that confident in my critical thinking skills. So in that regard, I was a little afraid to touch upon this kind of contemporary theme in my manga. Normally the outcome of battles and everyone's personal mantras don't really matter, But I'd like anyone who didn't understand why Kugisaki couldn't close out this bout to give it some thought. That being said, Akutami would appreciate it if you don't get your hopes up despite the convincing sounding themes coming out of their mouth. Akutami makes a lot of mistakes, and they're a pretty hopeless individual. Kugisaki's reasoning behind choosing the squeaky hammer was that it was the least lethal out of all the hammers compatible with her cursed energy. Might have been said on another page too. I'm glad that Mai and Nishimiya's phone call had somewhat sexual undertones to it. What? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Mai and Momo do got something going on. What was that Gege lore drop right there? What does that even mean? Chapter 41, I gotta read this for myself. What did you mean by that, Gege? What did you mean by that? It's not a good sign if he was forced to use his finishing blah 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 blah. Don't worry, Momo. I know. Yeah. Get away from there and support us from above. I need you. Okay. Why? How are there? KK, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? How are there sexual undertones in this conversation? I'm appalled here. Someone explain this to me. I do like the beginning of this commentary where Gege's like, look, despite what themes that I may put out there, he goes, please understand that sometimes I may get them wrong. He goes, I'm not the best. He goes, I'm trying. He goes, despite how great these themes may come across, please realize that I'm also a flawed individual, and I may get things incorrect, or I may not. He's at least honest with himself. He goes, look, I'm rooting for you, but sometimes I may not do the best that I can. Maybe lost in translation. Yeah, we can only hope so, Tiberius. Very true. Chapter 42. This is where Horikoshi Sensei's contribution is published in the graphic novel. It's so freaking cool. He's so smart, making Gojo hide his face. Gah. Itadori's mention of poise and center of gravity at the start of the chapter. That's something I experienced back when I was in school. My senpai entered the National Sports Festival of Japan for wrestling, and I had him show me a lot of martial arts stories and videos. Fun fact, that man is Todo's model. Todo fans across the country. Todo actually exists. He just did this again. So both Todo and Ino exist now. Chapter 43. I like the idea for Flowing Red Scale, which is to say that I think I managed to give a Jujutsu spin on the time-honored shonen manga ability of blood manipulation. Inumaki is holding Mechamaru's phone that the divine dog carried to him, and Mechamaru's arm that he used to get past the fingerprint recognition. But is Mechamaru having fingerprints a stretch? I breathed a sigh of relief after managing to include Hanami crashing the event at the end of the volume. He said, oh, thank God, I can stop doing a tournament arc. Is Todo missing an arm now in real life? Who's more useless, Miwa or Momo? Miwa, for sure. Momo's the GOAT. Momo's friend of the show. We support Momo here. Queen Nishimiya. Chapter 44. What does everyone think about the fact that there have hardly been any Shikigami users who are bad at close quarters combat? Maybe Yoshino, actually? Gege realizing that he's like, you know what? Actually, all of the Shikigami users I've drawn have been good at close combat. What does everyone think about the fact that there have hardly been any Shikigami users who are oh, I just read that. Chapter 45, Sage. Hanami's fucking time to shine. Yaga's eyebrows are gone again. God damn it, Gege. This is also the first chapter Hanami speaks. Once I told the anime staff that I envisioned him with a female voice, they told me that they weren't expecting that. And when I was conveying what I wanted in a voice actress, I said I was picturing a woman with a compelling voice. Sort of like Atsuko Tanaka. And to my great surprise, they replied to me, Atsuko Tanaka-san it is. You gotta love being, like, able to, like, pick the people and having enough direction in your anime to name that, and then, like, you name someone, you're like, I want to get someone like this person. They're like, okay, well, let's just get this person. And you're like, oh, shit, I must be a big deal. That little episode was sort of like letting a kindergartner hold the switch to nuclear bombs. Or, to be more specific, it was a time that my ghost whispered a warning to me to be careful of blurting out requests because they might just get accepted. Major Kusanagi. The thing Hanami talked about was from something I saw a long time ago, sort of a simulation of humanity going extinct. I think you'd get the idea if you read Dr. Stone. Which is just like, yeah, if all humans, you know, are done, then nature will reclaim the earth, basically. That's Hanami's entire idea. Gege not realizing his own authority. Yeah, literally. Literally. Chapter 46. Time. You see, a good while ago, there was this milk commercial with the tagline, consult your milk. I don't have much to say about this part either. What? It's sad seeing Miwa's katana getting treated like it's blunt when Miwa isn't around. On page 200, actually, Chinadol. I love that Gege literally goes, yeah, consult your milk. And he's like, yeah, I felt that, so I made Hanami. Ask your plant how it feels. Chapter 47, Curse Tools. This is the chapter. The one where the names of the Divine Dog, Totality, and Chainsaw Man's Divine Dog Khan and Chainsaw Man's Khan overlapped in the same issue. However, the Khan in Chainsaw was like 100 million times cooler. Fujimoto Sensei, there are going to be a lot of these switching scenes moving forward. This is Akutami's preference. Ayo, I love that, like, Gege and Fujimoto are friends, and he goes, hey, we revealed our Khans at the same time. Chapter 48, Black Flash. The starting point for Todo's character was a question. How would I do Kenpachi Zaraki from Bleach in Jujutsu? I thought that Gojo is the strongest, but he's not really Kenpachi. Definitely fair. Gojo is not Kenpachi by any means. I don't think Todo is exactly Kenpachi Zaraki either, but fair enough. I took the fact that Kenpachi leaves an impression where you think, oh, if he shows up, he's not gonna die, because he's so strong, and tried going, oh, if he shows up, then he's not gonna die, because they'll turn this whole thing into a gag. And what I built from that model was Todo. It was a rare case where things went according to plan. Or maybe I should say, I'm glad that he ended up being such a big hit. I feel like the basis for this chapter was the part in Kenka Shobai where Busan teaches the Kongo technique to Jubi. And for those that aren't familiar, everyone should be familiar, but for those that aren't familiar, Kenpachi Zaraki, the GOAT himself from Bleach, This is Todo's inspiration. I will say he is definitely a character that when he shows up, you know shit's about to get real. And I will say Todo definitely captures that exact same effect for sure. Kenpachi is the GOAT. Great character. Kubo did him correct. And also Kenpachi Zaraki is canonically one of the Gote 13 captains that would literally just use his sword and cut right through Limitless. Why can Kenpachi cut through direct space itself? Because he's just that fucking powerful. You don't need an explanation. He's just Kenpachi Zaraki. Kenpachi literally would just cut through Limitless and kill Gojo. No questions needed. The Gremmy Beater. Yeah, he is canonically the beater of my favorite Quincy of all time, Gremmy Thamo. I love one of my favorite Quincy of all time. I love Gremmy. Gremmy has the coolest power in all of fiction. I will stand by that till my dying day. Hey, look, it's me. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, if I knew it was infinity, I would have been trying to cut through it. Yeah, exactly, NJW. Literally exactly. There ain't a damn thing I can't cut. Facts. Chapter 49, Constrained. Todo's energetic, and I don't have much to say about this chapter. The splendid that Todo says in the second to last panel of the chapter is something I think Manji-san from Blade of the Immortal said a lot. Todo is just capturing all of Gege's attention as he's looking through all these chapters. Chapter 50. I remember having nothing but fun drafting the storyboards for this part. I think Todo's curse technique's first name was Fruits Basket at first. Like the chair switching game. Could you fucking imagine? Fruits Basket? Good thing I changed it, I agree. I was pleased to get praised by a senpai author via my editor on the Can't Escape double page spread. Yeah, that is a fire double page spread when they're fucking got Hanami stuck in the boogie woogie switching. However, I feel this is around when my editor started to suspect, okay, this guy gets way more giddy when I tell him that Blank-san complimented him than when I give him a regular compliment. So I might have been a little too happy and tipped him off about that. Nanami talking like Baki from Baki the Grappler was a nice bit. Confirm the Nanami bit was taken from fucking Baki. Nanami explaining Black Flash. Chapter 51, A Flower Offering. Hanami's solar beam-like attack was a single panel in the magazine, but I gave it its own spread in the graphic novel because the original layout looked too weak. Speaking of Pokemon, I had so much confidence when I was playing around with designing a set of starting 3, but they were poorly received. Apparently, the ones I drew are too creepy. Ha! Look at Gege's fucking Pokemon that he designed. See if I can get a little better of an angle here. Gege designed starter Pokemon. Chapter 52. Considering future developments, I really regret not killing off Hanami. Well, that explains why Hanami died immediately in Shibuya incident. Since Todo had been so popular thus far, I should have just let those two take the good part of the story for themselves and let Gojo just bring the situation under control. Maybe if I had, then later down the road I would have gotten that high from characters surpassing the script. I called this little episode The Chicken-Hearted Tales of a Junkie. They look like they could be Cthulhu monsters. Yeah, no shit, they told him they were too fucking creepy. Yeah, those are some horror Pokemon, if I ever seen one before. Thank you for the gifted membership, China Doll. Crimson Titan, aw. I was praying for you. I was trying to send you the luck. It did not work at all. Thank you though for the love. I appreciate it. But yeah, that explains why Hanami died immediately in Shibuya incident. I think the Hanami dying in Shibuya incident ended up being such a cooler moment for Gojo. But you know what? Hollow Purple making its debut by killing Hanami in one shot also would have been crazy. So I can't tell you what I would have preferred here. I honestly can't tell you. Or I guess Gege's implying he would have let Yuji and Todo kill Hanami, but still. Chapter 53, Completion. The Happily Ever After? Chapter? Not much to really say about this one. I've been told that the Maki and Mai battle and the interaction between Todo and Itadori were very Bleach-like, which is true. I'm embarrassed, and sorry for the unintentional homage. Gege, you clearly got over wearing your inspirations on your sleeve, which I respect. The mobile game gave us her domain expansion, yes. The mobile game gave us Hanami's domain. Chapter 54, Jujutsu Koshin. This chapter was another my senpai, through my editor, told. Redacted? I don't understand what that sentence even means, Gege. This chapter was another my senpai, through my editor, told redacted. It's a palate cleanser after all the seriousness. I remember that I drew it thinking, yeah, it's whatever. I don't have to worry about any feedback questionnaires. But the feedback was pretty positive. I even got praise. It was my first time drawing sports in a manga. Actually, I'm not too sure if that's true, but we'll say it is. I was convinced that I could not handle a sports segment. The checklist is just too big. Nishimiya's cap was cute and reminded me of how Nagasawa-kun from Chibi Maruka-chan would wear his. Hey, thank you for the super sticker, China Doll. Thank you for the $20 dono. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the big buck donos this stream. Thank you so much. Big W, we say. Big W. I'm glad that the sports went over well for him. Chapter 56, the beginning of Origin of Obedience in the last arc of commentary. I drew this chapter because I wanted a horror short story like intro, but it ended up being a slow start, as always. For just once in my life, I'd like to draw an arc where it's just big thrills from the second the intro gets rolling. Yasahachi Bridge was modeled after that one place that any Sendai local should know. I don't know. I'm not a Sendai local, so I don't know. But yeah, Origin of Obedience is a little bit of a slow start. We won't lie. Chapter 57, Origin of Obedience Part 2. The bridge that inspired the Yasahachi Bridge is known as an infamous suicide spot, but it also appears in a horror short story written by Akiyama Hirayama-san. In that story, if you looked from the bottom up instead of from the top down, bad stuff would happen. Sorry, my details are a little hazy. I made it with that in mind. What was the name of that story again? Was it part of the Cho Kawai Hanashi anthology series? Giga started tapping out at the end of these at the end of these commentaries. He was like, all right, I'm almost done. What can I say to get this shit done and send this off? I'm done. I'm tired. You guys remember this? Chapter 58. I wanted to try doing a really outrageous surprise punchline, which was Esso. I like the hook to this chapter. Yep, we want to talk about that. Literally, that's his only sentence on chapter 58. Chapter 59. Itadori pulled ahead of the pack with Black Flash, which made me go, what to do with the other two? I can't give Megumi Black Flash, so I gave him a domain instead. I kind of like the flashback with Gojo in the baseball game. Damn, I love how, like, Gege literally gave Megumi his domain off a whim. He's like, you know what? I gotta give the other trio their due. But Megumi can't have the same thing. Give Megumi a domain. And then he was like, oh, perfect. Gojo in the baseball game. Chapter 59. I was a fan of how the way Sukuna says good is here, like the gold screen transition to Pachinko. So Mickey's classmate was tough and cute. SO is starting to get into the swing of things around this chapter. Again. What's up, Krobin? Chapter 60. Things have finally started to heat up in this arc. So slow. Since things in this chapter might have been difficult to understand, I'll explain. SO's blood has properties that melt objects like acid, so he can allow his blood to enter his one body just by throwing it at someone. Kechuju's blood can't melt things, so it must be let in through the eyes, mouth, or a wound. On top of that, Kechizu activates decay. Regardless of whether the blood the victim takes in is from Kechizu or Eso, decay goes into motion. I remember having a hard time nailing down the narration talking about Noritoshi Kamo. Kugisaki at the hook of the chapter was looking nice and nasty. Okay. Welcome to the Jogo Gang, Prodigy. Thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate the love. Thank you, thank you. And we have the iconic Black Flash here. Chapter 61. Personally speaking, I think this is Jujutsu Kaisen's best bout. I felt satisfied that not only was I able to make both Kugisaki and Itadori stand out, but I was also able to work the Death Painting brothers' dynamic as well. Kugisaki at the hook of the chapter was looking nice and nasty. 2 bold and 2 exclamation points. Why is it only donate 1 to 5 members? That's how YouTube scams you. No other explanation other than that. That's how YouTube gets you to fucking donate. Chapter 62. The best bout's second half. Kugisaki's curse technique isn't very straightforward, so it's a treat when it lands. I really like the title page. Chapter 63, Accomplices. True to the title Accomplices, this chapter felt subdued due to the 2 accomplices in question feeling complicit in committing murder, but it really was a chapter that I liked. Who is writing this story? It certainly isn't Gege. I know by the way he's talking about it. And chapter 64, the very last commentary on in the book, unfortunately. Chapter 64, it's like that. Wow, this is that one specific moment. We did get to this point. We get to talk about this. Chapter 64, it's like that. The last happy moment in the series, the last palate cleanser. As long as Sukuna is not cooperating, he'll need to be assigned more dangerous missions in order to increase the likelihood of encountering fingers. That's why Yuji will aim to be a grade 1 sorcerer. Todo explained this as part of the guidelines that Gojo should have stated at the end of the juvenile detention arc. This was a seriously big mistake on Akutami's part. Having that alone would have given you a totally different reading experience. I'm very sorry for that. A long time ago, my editor told me that he wanted a part where the protagonist was popular. So I came up with this chapter figuring, okay, I guess we need a palate cleanser after the death painting arc. As I was drawing, I was reminded how Kugisaki is the easiest to maneuver of the 3 in terms of her dialogue. She's the hardest in terms of action. Itadori may seem like a good guy since he was attracted to Ozawa's inherent good qualities instead of her looks, but seeing how Ozawa's good qualities might be thanks to the environment she grew up in, I don't necessarily think that Itadori's viewpoint is correct. I'm glad that I managed to make Fushiguro gossiping about love funny. The anime gaslit me into thinking it's like that came after hidden inventory. Nope. Funny enough, actually, no. And that is the very last one. That's it.